And I cannot tell whether when you travel this year or next year, whether it will be okay or not, because I am a human being like you. I don't know you. You don't know me. I have not done any consultation with the spirit world upon the question that you want answers to. If you want to find answers, spirits are the ones who will give you these answers. And spirits can only be connected or consulted or for you to get information from them through consultation. So if you want to know whether when you travel this year it will be okay, if you'll be able to go out, I will advise that you should do spiritual consultation. Then spirits will give us advice and we will relate that advice to you. But me sitting here, I've never met you before. You have never met me before. This is social media where it's not even physically you are in front of me. And if me, or if I am telling you that, oh, you are going to travel, don't worry, your ancestors are going to open doors for you, I'll probably be deceiving you. African Magic Temple is not such kind of a shrine, and we don't teach such kind of things. We teach about reality. We don't teach imagination and faith and belief. Our things are practical. Our things are very practical, and we don't just joke. We are not here just to joke. We are teaching reality. So if you want to know if you can travel out of your base to another country or to wherever, you need to do a spiritual consultation. And I believe strongly the spirits will give you guidance and advice. Thank you very much, Shadrach. There. And then Big Sister Luna Nicole is, how are we as African Americans going to learn our ancestral spirituality if Africans don't like us? It is not a question that Africans don't like African Americans. So it's opposite. Africans really love African Americans until they find out, or until they found out that African Americans look on them as backward people. Africans, they love African Americans more than even their own, because we have that feeling strongly that those in the diaspora are our sisters, our brothers from our ancestral generation. So that belief that Africans don't like African Americans is not, it's never true. Whoever said so probably will be talking from a religious point of view. It is never true. Africans love African Americans or the Africans in the diaspora. That's very true. And then Big Sister Nicole said, how can this be healed? It is being healed already. Me being on this platform and many people being here trying to share the knowledge that had been here before the European came, it's already bringing that unity and healing. A lot of African Americans are traveling back to the motherland, coming to assess African knowledge and wisdom, and they are seeing how much this truth or this reality is, and it is changing their understanding of their own ancestors. Because when you were told that your ancestors were devilish because they were not worshiping Jesus Christ, and if that has been told to you from childhood until you are grown, how will you love your ancestors? The same way, if you were a Muslim and you've been told by the clerics that your ancestral teachings are evil because they are not Islamic, and if you continue living with that, when you grow up, what do you expect to do? Definitely, you will be thinking that your ancestors were evil people, and who wants to associate with evil? But that was a narrative that the colonizer, being Arab or the European, made us to believe, and we are still fighting that. The mental chains have not yet been broken, both in Africans in the diaspora as well as Africans on the motherland. or on the continent, in the motherland. The chains of the mental slavery chains have not yet totally been been broken. So that's why we still believe that if you want to be godly, you need to go to Israel and go and hit your head against the wall. Then God will listen to your prayer. Or you dress up and sell everything you have, buy a ticket and go to Hajj or go to Mecca so that you can go and see the face of God in Mecca, as in the Muslim city. And people go there and come back and become poor because they have already sold their everything. But then the belief is that, which it is one of the pillars of Islam, in which you are supposed to visit Mecca at least once in your lifetime. That will tell you that you are going to see God. And of course, when you are a person who has never traveled anywhere before, and you sit in an airplane, you go into the sky, and then you later descended into a place that is a city, and all people are worshiping there, everybody's inside white. What do you expect to imagine? You are in heaven. Am I not right? You feel like you are in heaven. So that mental slavery chains have not yet been broken. So it will take time, but as we are always talking and discussing, these things are changing, and so many people, or not many, but some people are making the trip to the motherland to assess things firsthand for themselves. And sometimes people are quite surprised that Africa is not as it was presented to them. Maybe people thought that we were sleeping on trees. That's why when the American ambassador comes, we have to get him the very tallest tree, so that he can be there and be protected from the wild animals that are on the ground. Anyway, it's just a joke. So we are working on it. Everybody's working on it. Our sisters in the diaspora, our brothers in the diaspora, and the people here on the motherland, on the continent, are also all working on it. Thank you very much, a big sister Lunanico, for these beautiful questions. I'm here to answer them. We will all get healed. Everything is time. It takes time, but it will be. Then we have a Koku, the traveler, say, can I join? You already joined us. Yeah, there's nothing else to join than this platform. Thank you very much. And then Shadrach Wisdom say, how? Shadrach, if you want to do spiritual consultation, we have our telephone number in our profile on Facebook, on TikTok, and I believe that even on what do you call it? YouTube, you will find us there. And then you can call the number and get a direction on what to do to get a spiritual consultation. Thank you very much. And then Shadrach Wisdom said, okay, thank you. And then Big Sister Luna Nicole went on there. There's a big conversation about online. Please move it up for me. There's a big conversation about it online. I personally don't understand it, but it exists. Yeah, but of course, the social media is there. It's an information highway. Everyone can put whatever they want to put there, and people can believe and choose not to believe whatever they read or see. Yeah, but the truth is that African Americans, even for instance, like my country, Ghana, that is giving citizenship to Africans in the diaspora to come and settle. And there are some, if you go online you will see where our governments have given citizenship to African Americans who want to come back and settle here. It is not like a biscuit where you come and you just buy it, but the governments have a program and they have to see your commitment to being part of here. And then with time, I think they give what do you call it? They give you citizenship. They have been giving people. I have said, I think last time, how many people were given citizenship? Almost about 700 people were given citizenship of Ghana citizenship. And I believe other African countries also have their own programs. And I think even our famous Michael Jackson was once given citizenship of Ivory Coast at a time. Africans love African Americans until they look down on them as if they are nobodies. Then that's when they will react. But otherwise, I don't think that Africans do not like African Americans. There's some problem with the generator.
The light has come in.
The light is coming in and changing. It's coming and going off, coming and going off. So when it comes, we see the generator changing.
Probably
It's fluctuating.
the current
It's low,
or the load.
either high or whatever. Okay, no problem. Let's keep using the generator until. But we have enough fuel.
Yes.
Did you check?
We have, it can take us throughout the night.
We'll buy again later. No problem. It's good. So we have a DJ Laskin saying, I'm watching from Ghana. Thank you very much, DJ Laskin. Happy Easter to you. And then we have Kwaku the Traveler. Please, can I join the brotherhood? Kwaku the Traveler, there is no brotherhood to join. African Magic Temple is not a lodge. An African Magic Temple is not a clan. And African Magic Temple is not a brotherhood that people come and join and become members. What African Magic Temple does here is to educate people. That's why we call this section a question and answer section, a live streaming of question and answer section on African traditional spirituality. There is nothing to join. If you want us to do a reading and consultation for you, we are always there to do reading and consultation for you. But there is no organization where you say, I'm a member of African Magic Temple. No. You can associate with African Magic Temple in many ways, but there is nothing called membership. So there is no brotherhood to join. We are open to all people. Black, white, green, yellow, blue, whoever wants to learn about their tradition. If you see, we call here the School of Enlightenment and Wisdom. African Magic Temple is the School of Enlightenment and Wisdom. That is our motto. Yeah. So on our logo. Yeah. So please, there's nothing to join. You can always call to tell or ask for direction, and we will guide you. Thank you very much. And then we have a Lovelace. Okay, Agbevivi put a contact of African Magic Temple on the platform, so you can. Those are the numbers you can call if you want to get to us. Then Lovelace Kujo Dodo sent us a rose flower ×1, and again another rose flower ×1. Thank you very much, Kujo. I'm grateful, and thank you for joining the section. Then we have Blinks Dodo. Hello, Dodo. How is it? It's been a while. Says at Kwaku the Traveler. You are welcome. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Dodo. Happy Easter to you, and happy Easter to everybody. And then we have big sister Luna Nicole again saying, I'm visiting the motherland eventually. Yes, I know. I'm expecting you as time goes by and your health improves. We are here to receive you, and you will see the warmness of Africa towards African Americans. Yes, let's go on. I think that's all that we have on this and we don't have so much on the YouTube channel. Today is Easter. I think everybody is celebrating. we don't have anything apart from Caddyfisher there. Do we have anything? Okay. So I want to use this a few moments to tell people that spirituality is not religious, and you can practice your spirituality anywhere. And if you want to pray to your ancestors, as I had always taught for almost 5 years now, just fetch an F in a bowl, sand or dirt, as some Americans may call it, in a bowl. Put it in a corner in your room, whether your bedroom or your living room, your kitchen, or anywhere, on your corridor, wherever. And you put it there. Then every morning, if you choose morning, or every afternoon, if you choose afternoon, or every evening, if you choose evening, or any other time that you feel like you want to pour libation to your ancestors, you go there, fetch a drink. Water is also a drink. You can buy alcohol to pour to your ancestors. But if you are a person who does not relate to alcohol, then you use water. Go to your small corner, call your ancestors, and tell them that you are giving them drink, you are giving them water. You don't need to build a house, you don't need to build a shrine, you don't need to build anything. Just this little thing that you have, you can keep it in any corner, and you can pray to spirits. Even any spirit in the world, you can pour libation. It does not limit you from attaining the knowledge and wisdom that you want. However, if you want to get initiation or get initiated into a particular deity, spirit, voodoo, orisha, or whatever, then you approach people who have those orishas, who have those voodoos, who have those deities, to teach you how you can get connected to those deities. And when you are pouring libation, you can pour libation to your deity in a very small corner of your house, or even outside. If you are going to be doing it outside, then you don't even need to fetch any sand in a bowl. You can just pour it directly on the ground. If the energies that are with you are real, they will respond. There's no need of building a whole house before you call it a shrine. What about if you don't have the money? What about if you are staying with someone who is not having the same mindset like you? You cannot go and be putting things down and say you are making a shrine. A shrine is all within you. Your ancestors are inside of you. They are the DNA that runs in your blood. Most of the time, people thought that when we say ancestors, we are talking about our traditional voodoos. No, your voodoos or spirits or orishas are not your ancestors. I had been teaching this one for many, many years now. Your ancestors are only the people that you have blood lineage, or maybe some friendship, like people who have taught you, people you have dealt with, people who had been close to you in their life, or you heard stories about how they were close to your family or your ancestors. Such people are the people we call ancestors. We don't call the voodoo or the deities an ancestor. That's why a lot of time people are making mistake that, why are you giving our ancestors to people? Your voodoos are not your ancestors. They are universal energies, universal entities, and they are everywhere, and they don't belong to anyone. If you can tap it to you, they work with you. And they have different names depending on the culture, the language, and the background where you are coming from. Some Voodoo may be called Kojo, but then in another country, that same Voodoo will be called a different name. Just like I was saying the other day that the Ewe is called Tantanda, so, in Ewe language, so. But then they have the common name people know is Heviaso, which means thunder. The same thunder is called in Akan language Agrada or Aprada, depending on the Akan dialect that you are speaking. The same Eso or thunder is called Shango in the Yoruba language. So nature spirits or spirits of nature or deities of okay, let me call them nature spirits, do not belong to anyone. They are spirits of nature, and if you can only assess them and know how to connect with them, you will be working with them. So they are not called our ancestors. Ancestors are people you share the same blood with. So don't let anyone deceive you that if you want to pray to your ancestors, you need to do this, you need to do that, you need to do that. Your ancestors are already in your blood system. Thank you very much. Please, you can come and do the Clubhouse now because at least we have 32% on it, which can, if we plug it again, it can take us. Yeah. We should not stress ourselves because I think today is a holiday, a Sunday, and it's Easter, and our brothers and sisters, whether Muslim or Christian, everybody is celebrating. Whether we are traditional, we are also celebrating. So it is good. Don't stress yourselves too much. Yeah. But they say a word to the wise is enough. Yeah. Oh, zibizaba, gbodokpo, onongajigabo, bolo jagla hovu. No, you're a tobodore, and my dog would my tough one. I think, okay, a big sister Luna Nicole was saying that she says she's coming this, for sure she will come to the motherland. And then we have a DJ1GH, is that? Okay. And then we have Ancestral at 0040. Blessed day. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ancestral at 004840. You're welcome to the program. And then we're saying blessed day, blessed day, thank you, and thank you too. Then we have a Chris Wee. Is it Chris Wee?
Chris Woolley.
Chris Willie. Okay, that's good. Chris Woolley, 65. How can I join the brotherhood? Another person. There's nothing to join, my brother. When you are here, you have already joined us. And then big sister Luna Nicole said, Papa, how do ancestors who do not get along communicate effectively? How does that work? You see, there's this understanding as if when you are praying to your ancestors and all of a sudden they start talking to you like how I am speaking to you. Ancestors do not communicate with you in that way. I want to take it again. A lot of time people have this belief, maybe due to Hollywood movies or other things, as if when you are praying to your ancestors and all of a sudden your ancestors will start talking to you. No, it doesn't work that way. If ancestors will talk with you or communicate with you or send you any message, it's either in a dream, in a spiritual consultation, or like your intuition, intuitiveness, intuition. That's how ancestors communicate. So if you are not properly aligned with spirituality in such a way to be able to catch the waves of the intuitive or intuitional waves, you won't be able to know that they are communicating with you. So ancestors will communicate with you through your mind, through your dreams, and also if you have a divination tool that which you can trust, your ancestors can communicate through that also with you. But ancestors are not like someone who you can just say that you are praying and then they come and tell you, like some people who were on my programs in the past, that when they were praying, they saw their ancestors passing by. I mean, this is just imagination. It's not real. It's not real. And you know, because I speak the truth and tell the truth and teach people the truth and the reality, some of these people do not come on our programs anymore because they have their own kind of imagination that they have and about ancestors, and they create it as if ancestors are people. When you are pouring libation for them, then they come and pass by, either in the form of light and pass. No. It's all that kind of thing. It's all shallow dreams. It's not any reality. Ancestors communicate to you through divination. Your ancestors communicate through dreams, and sometimes through your instincts and intuition. That's how ancestors communicate. So you must sharpen your intuitive ability and also increase your divination and things that you can do so that your dreams will be more, or to understand your dreams. If you don't understand your dream, you can ask people who understand dreams. That is the way ancestors communicate effectively. There is nothing like you are pouring libation, then ancestors say, "Oh, thank you for pouring libation for me." Or an ancestor will come and pass by and wave you and say, "Oh, I see that you, my grandchild, you are praying to me." No. You can only connect with your ancestors through dreams, through divination, spiritual consultation, and sometimes through instincts and intuition. This is how it is. That's the truth about it. So when you are praying, so you know your ancestors are not hearing you, how do you know they are not hearing you? Thank you very much for that question, big sister Luna. Then we have brother Stanislav. Is a hollow real? If yes, how does it work? I don't have a hollow, so I don't know whether it's real, and I don't know how it works. Thank you very much, brother Stanislav. And then Chris Woolley, 65, said, how can I join? Oh, there's nothing to join. Once you are here, ask a question about African traditional spirituality. That's what we teach here. And then the big sister Luna Nicole said, do they show up together or take turns? I hope this isn't a silly question. It isn't silly. We are all learning. The ancestors, as I said, they don't come unless you do a reading, unless someone has a way of divination, or who has a real form of divination. And then through that divination, if any of your ancestors or your ancestors in general wanted to tell you something, they say it in that divination. You can't be pouring libation and all of a sudden you see your ancestors coming in a group or coming as individual. Ancestors are ancestors. They can come in any form. So it is, I don't know how to present it, but the ancestors are not physical things, they are all energies and entities. Sometimes they speak to your mind. Okay, last Saturday, no, not yesterday Saturday, last week Saturday, my daughter's in-law, one of my daughter's in-law passed on. And my daughter wanted me to accompany her to the funeral grounds. I don't go to funerals very often. I have my reasons, and I don't go to funerals very often. But when it becomes very necessary, then I have to go. And in this case, it was necessary because I am the only one here who can accompany her to show respect to her in-laws. So before we went to the funeral grounds at East Legon, I did a reading to find out whether it's okay for me to go to the funeral. And the reading said no, I shouldn't go. Listen very carefully, everybody. The reading said no, I should not go. Then I said, oh, in this situation, if I don't go, I am like disrespecting my daughter's in-laws, because that's a very important person for them. And at the same time, I am not showing respect to my daughter because she asked me to accompany her like a father. So I told the spirits and that this that they are saying that I shouldn't go is not going to work, because this is the situation we are in. I may not go, and my daughter may not go, but the consequences of marrying into another family will come up later, because when my folks died, they also came. So why won't I go? This may be the first one that I am going. And then they say, okay, in the reading that my ancestors appeared. Who appeared? My junior sister, the one who is my only sister, who passed on some years ago. She was the one who appeared in the reading. And she told me that I should feed her and the other ancestors, that I can go to the funeral, but after the funeral, I should feed her, and I should also feed the hunter's spirit, because there's a good luck coming on the way for me. Whatever that good luck is, I don't know, and I did not inquire to know. So what I should do is that after the funeral, I should feed the ancestors. So I asked them, so I agree that I'll feed the ancestors. I'll also feed the Baba Legba Eshu. I have to do something to that one also, and feed the hunter's spirit. So I went to the funeral. Everything went well. And yesterday, Saturday, which was just exactly a week from the day we went, I fed my ancestors, and I fed my sister. I fed the hunter's spirit. It's only one ritual that is remaining for me, to go to Legba and then tell everything to Legba. So this is how the ancestors communicate with you. Pouring libation or calling, oh, my ancestors come and have a drink, may be a way that people tell you, but the real way is when you want to communicate with your ancestors, will come in the form of a reading, in the form of a dream. Because sometimes I saw my mother in my dream. Then I go on to do consultation, because I don't often see my mother. My mother died almost 27 years ago. 27 years ago. And I don't normally see her in my dream. But once in a while, she comes in my dream, and the dream is not very clear, but I notice that this is my mother. And then not only my mother, and other family members, sometimes my teachers who pass on, they come in a dream. And then I will go on to consult the oracle to find out what is the meaning of they appearing in my dream. And then the oracle will go behind the scene into the spirit world, get the answers and bring to me and tell me what I'm supposed to do if the dream is explained to me and what I am supposed to do. Then the oracle tells me, then I follow the direction of the spirit. So Big Sister Luna Nicole, this is the way we relate to ancestors. No ancestor is just going to come and start talking to you in your ear. No, it's not like that. Intuitively and instinctively, it will come that something will occur in your mind. It could be that your ancestors are giving you some information. So you pay attention. Sometimes you will ignore that and it goes away until the reality comes into play. Then you say, oh, I thought this thing, but then I didn't know. So your ancestors will communicate through dreams, through spiritual consultation and readings, and also sometimes through intuition, instincts, or whatever. This is what it is like. And then we have CT say, hello, sir. Peace to you and your family, and the same to you, and happy Easter to you, CT. Thank you very much. Then we have Camel Travel following us. Then, okay. Then Big Sister Luna Nicole said, thank you for such in-depth answers to my question. You are welcome, Big Sister Luna Nicole. Thank you very much. Okay, we have Sister Canifisha saying, Papa, can you explain the hunter spirit? Because the hunter keeps coming up for me. Yes, I even said it the other day when we did your reading, and the hunter spirit comes for you. When you are doing, okay, first let me explain what the hunter spirit is. The hunter spirit is a spirit of our ancestors when it's one of the spirits in nature that help our ancestors when they go on looking for good things. And in those days, they go to hunt animals or game. And when they go to game to kill animals and bring back home for food, that particular spirit is the one that guides them and helps them to be able to be successful. And if you notice, people whose ancestors were hunters, or even people who gatherers, some people call them that they were gatherers because they moved from one area to another, gathering food and other things. Then they settle for some time, then they move on like there's a name for them in English, nomads. Yes, nomads, people who move from one place to another. This is what our ancestors or the early human beings all were. And the hunter spirit is one of the spirits in nature who actually, if it is associated with you, it tries to give you directions and tell you, okay, you go this direction, either through consultation or through dreams or this thing, and then you will get animals that will be there for you to be able to kill them and bring back home as food. So the hunter spirit is the one that they call in the Yoruba, I think in Akan it's called Bambofuo. It's the one they call in Akan Bambofuo. I think farmers are called Ekuyafuo, is it not?
Yeah.
Those people who are farmers are called Ekuyafuo, is it?
Yes.
Yes. So the spirit in that same hunter spirit in Ewe is called Ade. Ade or Togbe Ade. Some people even say Togbe Adela, the hunter. And that spirit in Akam is called Bambofuo. And then in Yoruba, it's called the Oshosi. The same spirit called Oshosi. And I believe that in other African languages and other languages of the world, it is there. I think in the people who are doing horoscope is the spirit of the Sagittarius who is holding the axe. Are you getting my point?
Yes.
So that is a hunter spirit that hunts for good things and bring them back home for you, or gives you direction. And then there is something we call in Ewe, Taji, Voodoo. Eta means head. And it is said that the spirit that is on your head when you were born into this world, like the spirit in your destiny. This is what the Yoruba call Orisha. Ori means head, and the Sha is the spirit that comes with your head spirit. Okay? So your head spirit, Orisha, and some people will say, but Obatala is your head spirit. It's very common in the diaspora. People, Obatala is one spirit in Ifa, and then some people have been initiated into Obatala is the spirit of the Monday, the one that wear only white. Okay. So sometimes people will say Obatala is your Orisha, is your head spirit. So, and also sometimes someone will tell you that Oshosi is your head spirit, means the hunter. But Obatala is not the hunter. It's also have its own, it's a deity on its own. And then Ochosi or the hunter spirit, or the Bambofuo, as it is called in Akan, is also, you saw the Ochosi?
Yeah.
OCHOSI, Ochosi. That's how it's written in English. Or somebody will even say Oshosi, OSHOS or something. You see it?
Yes.
That is the hunter spirit in Yoruba, Ifa. So this spirit guides you from one area to another to be able to get what you have gone for. And the hunter spirit, as it is, sometimes is the one that take people who travel out of their locality or their immediate locality into another location in order to look for good things. And if the hunter spirit is with you, it asks you and tells you that, okay, feed me when you do a reading, so that there's something good that I'm bringing for you. So please give me this, give me that, so that I can bring these things to you. Because in today's world, people do not go hunting with guns and anything. We use our brains and pen and our intelligence and our skills and talent to get good things to our own lives and for our loved ones. Is it not?
Yes.
Okay, somebody may be a computer or an IT specialist. The hunter spirit will make that particular person, if that hunter spirit is in the person's life, that the person will even have some ideas that out of the normal, the person will be able to solve certain problems without knowing how they actually solve them. That same spirit can bring, and not only the hunter spirit, but other spirits also do the same. So they will open certain doors without it that you know, but you don't know how you know. I think you know that this is it, and when you apply it, it works, but you do not really know why you have that knowledge or why you have that wisdom or information from, but it occurs, and when you put it together, you see results. So there are certain people that the hunter spirit is their Orisha, in the sense that it's the head spirit
that it is their head spirit, or it is a spirit in their destiny that they came into this world with. Probably in their past lives, they had worked with this spirit at one time in their past life. And so that spirit becomes part of their spirits in this life. But when you are not initiated into Afa, there's no way you can actually know the spirits or the deities or nature spirits that came into this world with you. But in the case of you, Kadi Fisher, I have also realized that over the years, your rituals always, the hunter spirit appears in it. So I believe very strongly, even though you have not been initiated into Afa yet, I believe very strongly that the hunter spirit is one of your head spirits, or it's a spirit in your destiny. That's why it kept coming each time you do a reading. So whenever the opportunity arises for us, for you to get Afa, I strongly believe that the hunter spirit will be there to show itself and also give you the guideline what you should do. Maybe you will be initiated into the hunter spirit. Then the doors are open. I think it's the same thing with Sedem, also Sunshine. Also, she has that hunter spirit always appearing in her reading. So this is all that it is. A hunter spirit is the one that takes you out from your locality into another locality or into another place to bring good things back home. So that is why it's appearing in your discipline. And even though you are not initiated into it yet, since it kept coming into your readings, you can pour libation to the hunter spirit each time. And so I want you, hunter spirit, Tome Ade, Oshosi, to guide me to good things always. You can pour libation to that, because it kept appearing in all your readings, which means it has some relationship with you from your past life, and it came into this world with you. It's only time will tell when the Afa is done. I believe strongly you will find a proper answer to this. Thank you very much, Kani. I'm grateful. Yes, I asked the question.
The question was that, like they say with Mami water, that
Yes.
some people have Mami water.
By
You seeing like water
in their dreams.
Are there something, are there things similarly with that you maybe you will see in your dreams
Yes.
or your life that will show that?
No. When you are talking at the hunter spirit is with you from childhood, you will be getting injuries. All your childhood, something will happen, and blood will have to come out.
Okay.
You will be having problems with cats falling down, things that people hurting you, or even sometimes going through surgery where blood has to flow.
Okay.
So when a child that has that kind of bloody things, then automatically, if the parents are clever and they have any idea about this, they will know which line. Like a Kofi, when he was small, he could just hold my birds and just squeeze them and they will die. We bought hamster as a toy, a pet for them. For him, he just put hand inside the hamster and then squeeze it to die. And he, even if they are doing things, before you know, he has a cat. If you look at his hand, he has some cuts. They were just cutting animal. They were cutting meat, and then he was there, and then by mistake, the person had to cut his hand. We went to a funeral, and some people want to demonstrate the power of the knife. And he went forward, and when they did, they just cut him, and his own cut. The people were using, they didn't come, but he had a cut. So he had been doing this, and sometimes he put a nail. And these are things that we were watching, but we didn't really know what was happening until he got fat. He put a nail inside a socket, and the electricity shocked him, but it broke, the power broke his finger, and blood came out, but he survived. Okay?
Yeah.
So all these things, I remember even at one time, the mother was just standing beside him. He was that time very small, and there was a blade somewhere. He used a blade and cut the mother's leg. So these are the traits and trails you will see that this person has something to do with blood. And the hunter spirit has something to do with blood flow. The people may get involved in accidents and all kind of things that blood has to flow. So when this is identified, immediately they have to do certain rituals for the hunter spirit or for that child in order to protect the child from not getting into a problem that will cause death or extinction. So in the case of Kofi, when he got fat, one of the oracle that fell beside his main oracle is saying that a clap cannot hit your forehead, and you ask whether blood is coming out or blood is not coming out. Because if somebody use a big stick and hit your forehead, by all means. So when that clap hits your head, blood will flow. So during his Afa initiation, we have to we cut his forehead with a blade, and blood came out, and they used a particular herb to take the blood, put the Afadu on it, and give it to Legba. It was then before everything cooled down. So when I got my Togbe at the shrine said even though it's mine, but he should be the head of that day. That's why we always put him to do the rituals, because he came with that spirit into the world naturally. That is one of his head spirits that came with him into the world. So when he does that kind of work, he is more perfect than someone who didn't come with that spirit. And the same thing with Mamiwata. When they give you initiation, if there is a Mami Wata, which is the water spirits, in your life, it will come in the initiation. Then they can now do an initiation into Mamiwata for you, and you will be successful. Unlike people who thought that Mamiwata is a powerful spirit and I can become rich, if it is not in your destiny, you can get Mamiwata, but you'll be poor than church mouse. I tell you, I have seen people who got Mamiwata and they are suffering, because it is not actually in their line, but they force, because they heard that everybody is going, they went. They didn't come for them well. That Mamiwata you get is a hungry Mamiwata. Okay, so Candy Fisher said, "Thank you, Papa. Great explanation. This makes a lot of sense. You have just explained my entire life and a career path." Yes, those are the things that will be happening to you. So it is part of your destiny. You came into this spiritual, to this physical world with that hunter spirit. That is why it kept coming up. And I hope we will have the opportunity one day for you to get initiated into it, and then you will be fine, and it will guide you through all things. Thank you very much for that beautiful question, Kadi. You see, our ancestors were not stupid, though. It's only that the European was very cunning. That's why the Eves call them Ewe and a can's called abroni. Hmm?
Yes.
And how do the Ga people call them?
Ogogoni.
No, it's, the obroni is coming from the abroni. And who is an abroni? Someone who cheats you. Coniman. Abroni. Abroni is. There's a name in Ga for it, a typical name, but everybody call it obroni. No. There's a typical name in all our languages for them. That they are people who cheat. They don't tell you the truth.
It will come. It will
Yes.
come. I know
Okay. So this is how and they have deceived us. Oblanyo.
No, Blami is a young person.
Yeah.
It will come. I remember.
Okay.
It will come.
So our ancestors were not stupid, but they were kind. So because of their kindness, when the Abroni came, they thought that we were stupid. Because in their land, you have to fight and take things from people by force. That's how their culture is. If you go back into all of this European history, you'll see that people going to conquer people to take their wealth and then made it their own. And this is still in the blood of the white man. So the white man goes to a place and try to steal you by take what belongs to you by force or through some cunning way. This is very true because that is their culture. So it's in their blood. Our people were so free. You can walk into somebody's farm and eat the food that you want to eat or pluck any fruit or any food. As long as you are not going to come and pack it and go and sell, since you are not the one who farmed it, you cannot go and sell it. If you eat because you are hungry, it's fine. No spirit will kill you, no juju or anything will attack you. But the moment you plan that you are going to take it and go and sell, meanwhile you are not the farmer, you have not worked hard for that farm to grow and you want to steal it, that's when you face challenges. But for the European, they have to take things by force. And if when you go to this new age movies that they have when they are trying to talk about European history, especially the British and the Netherlands and all this, they always go stealing each other's things and trick people, form groups and then attack a place. Not because the people have done anything wrong to them, just because they want to take it from you. They believe that it should belong to them. And that's what had been happening. So they came to our land and we were just ignorant about their nature because we had not lived with them before. So we were ignorant about their nature. And we opened our doors and they took everything from us and they find a way to give us a Bible to keep it. So your good things are in heaven. When you die, you collect it. Why, if the good things are in heaven, why they themselves did not wait to go to heaven to get good things and they want to take the ones that we have here? You get my point? So this is what has happened to the black man. So sometimes people say, oh, if the black man has all the spiritual power, how did the white man come and steal your people? No, it was because they came as a cunning people. They didn't come openly. They came and asked for land to build a house for God, their God. And we know that we build shrines. But they build their own bigger than our own. And because we don't know how big their God is. So they gave them land. Then they built a big church. And then before you know, they start telling your children that they should not go to your shrine, they should come to their church. This is all that had played out until, because Christianity came before slavery. The Bible came before slavery. Do you understand? And when they were building the castle, they actually built the castles as a trade post so that they would bring their goods. Instead of every 3 months before the goods come, we want to bring them and store them here. So when you need them, not knowing they were building it because they want to catch our people and send to their land to go and work for them. So there were so many things that, and if you want to talk about it, it will make as if you don't like the white man. But they were very cunning people. That's why in our languages, especially every language, we call it Ewe Vodu. A dog that will pretend as if it's not going to bite you, but the moment you are unaware, then it bites you. That is called ayevu. And then now it's called yevu. That is what it means. If we want to break it down, this is what it is. So our people were not stupid actually. They were just too kind. And because they believe in God, they know that the God of nature will pay you as you do. So they didn't put cover for them. Have you seen something there?
Yes, but it's not the correct.
The abroni.
Bluffo. So that is called bluffo.
Yeah.
Bluffo.
Yeah. What does that mean?
A white man.
And but a white man, but there's a deep meaning to it. Blofo. What is blofo?
We'll check it.
Yeah, maybe somebody who speaks the gun.
No means person.
Yes, I know.
And the bro, I'm sure the bro is
Maybe coming from
the account.
maybe coming from it may be coming from the account because the guns and accounts at Aquapim area they share.
So I think they change the R and the L.
To blofo.
Yes.
So blofo.
Abro.
Yeah.
But
So
if
the
you-
abroni means a liar. Somebody who is cunning and who deceives you. That is not straightforward.
Yeah.
And then that abroni slowly change obroni. And then obroni means white man.
Yeah.
No, it's a white man, but what is the base? The language base. Yeah. Some deceitful person. So even though Aves and the Gans and the Akans do not speak the same language, but each one gave the same name to these people. Do you understand?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I'm not here to tell so much about that, but because of the context in which we are speaking now, that's why I am saying this thing. So our language, our people were not stupid. We had knowledge. That's why when a child is born, in our tradition, they want to find out who is this child. And during naming ceremonies and all these things, the elders will find out either this child is a child being born back from this line or from that line. That's why they have the names like Tepe, Ametepe, Ababio, Tunde. All these things are names telling people that people can be born back or could be born back into the physical world. They left, but they came back and continued from where they left off. Anyway, let's go back to this thing. So we have a DJ last thing say, I'm watching from Ghana. I think we have read all this one. Then City say, it was a cold climate with more scarcity. Okay. And then they're saying City said the same behavior with taking people in slavery and conquering indigenous people in America. Exactly. Then Becky Uche said, what does it mean when a huge python approaches you in the dream and explodes? Becky Uche, I am not sure I understood that dream. And a snake approaching you and exploding, I don't know. You know, sometimes you are right. Yeah. Then Becky Uche came back with the same question. The Clubhouse is also on.
Yes, please.
We need to order for the what do you call it? We need to order for this thing, the charcoal.
Yes, please.
Yeah, this is finished. What videos did you play today?
Played some of the important parts of last week's discussion.
Rituals,
No, please.
presentations.
Yes.
Okay. And the videos I asked Kofi to do and post them, are you posting them?
I am a DJ for video looking at because I mean there's an extreme in my record
I thought you were saying that to record again.
You want some
no, we may record on the
computer.
If we record it through the listen. Why the DJ cannot record while she's streaming.
Okay.
Yeah, but you can record the OBS ones. The DJ is
So the DJI what do you call it, the DJI memory card cannot record while it is live streaming. So we can start soon. It's not easy. It's not easy at all. We say in Ewe that Mebobo, the Bando people, they take a white handkerchief, they are dancing bobo. Even though that it's not easy. Yeah. But that's what life is. Life is not easy. So many people who are thieves, they will think it's easy, but I think thieves they suffer before they get what they get. Right? If you are a thief, you will have to suffer. If they catch you, you will know. You burn some incense today.
Yes.
You burn some.
Yeah.
Not our own, not the one we made. But it's better than nothing. So people, you're not able to locate that pouch that has the hard drives.
After
The lives. You have to look for it because I think we still have about 1 or 2 hard drives inside. and we can't lose them. If we lose them,
You've lost some.
yeah,
What?
because I think we have one of those smaller ones and another one. Because there's so much information on those hard drives. That's what the ones that crashed, I wasn't very happy about it, but things happen, something like that. Okay, I go. Good afternoon to all of you. Good evening and good morning, wherever you find yourself in this very precious moment. Thank you very much for coming today to today's live streaming on Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, and on Clubhouse. We are very grateful that you were able to make it, and we'll be starting now. I'm sure you have seen some of the videos of the playback of last week's discussions. And if you have anything that you didn't really ask questions for about last week, you can still ask the questions today. Thank you all very much, and I wish you all a very successful and a good day. And I wish your minds to open so that you can ask questions that would benefit you and benefit others. Thank you very much. I'm going to pour libation. So many times people are complaining they don't know how to pour libation. But I'm just going to do a simple libation in my mother tongue because it makes it easier for me to say it in my mother tongue. Because there are some words cannot be translated into any other language. That's why when you go to learn a particular spirituality, if you want to be good in Islam, you have to learn Arabic language. If you want to be very good in Hinduism, you have to learn Sanskrit and sometimes Bengali and any other Indian languages that are related to Hinduism. And if you want to be a very good Christian, you have to be good in Christianity. You have to learn English language and sometimes Hebrew. So that is what it is. So I will speak in my mother language, which is more easy and comfortable for me. Thank you very much, everybody. Oh, maduago zeto. Mayoma uga sogolisa, mayoma uga kitikata, mayoma uga si. Ese joto ame joto, ese nanu ame, sete nanu ame. Woman of heavy, dokon of heavy. Woman of heavy maybe nanu dokon of heavy, or bena dokon of heavy maybe nanu woman of heavy, or bena. Ese mayo senye popolipo se ratafia. Ese gla ame gla, ese Georgie ame Georgie. Se nanu ame, sete nanu ame. Woman of heavy, dokon of heavy, mayo rakikemi dogu. Mayo sheme hamfurasho, kusemi furasho, kute maduago. Abraxas. Abraxas mayos ya treku dogo yo tadre towe vime kuna. Uwo vesoto. Kame yo maduago. Mayo miano zojie anyirizo kakachikazi bashatre. Mi alafa wanya nyabonjuru hono mayo na kakikelo. Wanya imba majofro. Fakla imba madu adika. Wanya aplime ma teku ete enga. O mayo wakain bichu, wakain malo wakain java, wakain busu, wakain trova, wakain mini, wakain dufia, wakain mami, or tabakain de wakain. Very quite remember Haja, do local problem, don't you fit of a summer to do, Miami Nudo, Miami Hopbow, Miami Bow, Miami Kakwa, Pemio, Zango, Miami Pevira certificate. O Yamayo Jopata Jomaku, for Kevin Volume, Chimo Voodoo, Bedu. Kukuluku atola for forme, Jobanyo Hevel, Jobanyo Tonayamo, Moju, and quite a quick only payment but over your two of woman or Taferica Jopata Bailey, heavy a Jovonvajo, Yin Jopata, Pifia, Jopata, Metronome Meda Molo, Avifa Bay, Elia Dina, Jopata, Neno, Ani, Afimia, Ajolo, Jopata, Jopata, Nina, the family of Mr. Boy, you don't have to wait in time, but well, it is Bolu Ajima, Obojukulo donjalo fankom Valentine for family va alojo na pefu. Ago sakpate meyo, atigeli meyo, guru di meyo rakete la fia. Oya meyo amaga sese ngeja akpa sese. Osisi to geje ahwa. Omeyo brahini meyo gbochi meyo mbe foli koko mo reke gbo le do kuri chekuma kama ga to benyo kuto bena fana milo. Meyo tonyo kasi poku wakubia na nyemeri akoso agoku foni ko geje. Tasinya amo si fusi jam koso abra kobra mama nye bojo imba. Tabo nya agoku kofi, tabo nya kubia mensa mama nya dori ya pembe peku no kuto bena fana milo. Oya penye Celestine ya wakubia Catherine kubia fo ya sese ko bifo ya bena kubia kuto bena fana milo. Eme yo mi asro ayo mbwachi chachu fe kubia sisi ya kwene kata mensa kuto bena fana milo. Eme yo awu no tuji bako tuji tabo tuji me yo lo kuto bena fana yo bako ada fli so fa hu abuvi bako afacha wa joge kuto bena fana mi yo hono le va akpo hono le gbe avaga to bia maze kuto bena fana mi yo to bia nani tretulo jita to bia Abraham jivin me chama to bia fia to si man kabila benya si agoti me kuto bena fana mi dagbe jime yo mi la masese jime yo mi dagbe jime yo mi lo ngogbe jime yo mi lo kwera gbe vira gba si dagbe kaka be jije me la ngogbe yi me yo mi lo kuje me yo mi lo dojo kwera gbe vira gba si dagbe jime yo mi lo la masese pa bididiro yo mi yo Daniel evie pe mare la gbaro yo amaga kokuwa na tovi ankaima yo happy akoso baji yo Harrison George Ajovu for harana mi on kakake yo kokomla azuma agbori kutobene fanami o me yo trevi vio me yo brahini vio geje vio kubia vio gbe vio po ijimele bachu nya ngwa teshi mate mama te turu carpenter road vio boy goro no bete ba ha kutobene fanami e me yo wa mochi sakra kama cho ababe adogo kotokolido nko awa kulumaku awa gbeno no agbeno to be yo ale acho ofran tamani ofifini ko bisinkra ko fito jabaku o chotu akoficho he ko fi atra kable me yo mi tobe ho bato ngba Voodoo beto to ra ho ibu ma ya sapasa de kunyo hoto kushinyo hoto kere ku me yomi dagwe jime yomi lulu e me yoklo go hu chiche ya tobe glim do ya tobe chuma nya mle ba ha dagwe to agbegbo ne fana mi no lo dagwe e me ya kla ku ntosi na haro e me ya klama ji to klama we viji cha klama so re cha klama e me ya gogli be si to mo pe yo mi bete me yo akpo aholobi akpo tu akpo he akpo yo ra keke mo ko hare yo zi bizaba bodoko no gaji gabo bolo jagra ovu yo ra keke ko hare na mi lo yo me yo sasalo nu peta manu abo adru me yo mi apete keke dagbe jimi ko go ho tichia ahanami me yo afana go afagbo ma jeso ko peso pepe to mo so le me eda pe abidi me yo pali gbe meji eku meji oli meji ti meji lo so meji ngoli meji abla meji akala meji buda meji sa meji ka meji trupu meji tula meji lete meji che meji fu meji pali che tula me yo kloba vire ko fa tabade o bwana tabade enyade mafo ndi lo da kai ya keke aharami lo ya lo da tabi ade la pojo abli be fo no afana o de jide do gbe la o han adekama chachu chichi ho be gbagula lipo ya to gba papo dagbe nyu ne ba lo la se ne ba gbe ne ba ngogbe ne ba lo go na se amalo. Okay, we are now ready to go, and we can now start to take your comments. I think let's start from the bottom, because maybe yeah, start from the very bottom. So we have a solo coup. I say we receive that is just now, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then let's go from. Okay, we have a big sister Luna Nicosa Blessings Papa and AMT family. Happy Sunday. I'm grateful to join today's section. You are very much welcome, big sister Luna Nicole, and we are happy to see you here. Thank you very much. Yeah, we have Ade Kote. Ade Kote says, yes, nothing is easy in world. Yes, it is true. Thank you very much. And then Soloku, as he say, I say thank you very much for that. And then Soloku earlier had said, good day, Papa. Good day, Soloku. How are you? It's been a while. Thank you very much for joining us today. And then we have a Soloku saying, we received the blessing. Yes, for sure. God's blessing of the ancestors, and the blessing of the spirits of nature will be with all of you. Thank you very much. Then we have Kokoro say hello, Baba. Say hello to you and the team. Thank you very much, Kokoro. Ande. Thank you. I'm very grateful. And then Chairman saying, how are you? We are doing very well, Chairman. Thank you all very much for joining today's session. We are on, and I'm sitting here now. So please send in your questions and share today's section on other people's or your friends. Listen so that they can also make comments and come and learn something to guide their life. We are all grateful for you, for all of you coming here. Thank you. Yeah, we are on YouTube, and we have I am Khadija. So greetings, Papa. Angela, oh hello, Aminji. Good afternoon. So AMT family, I look forward to us having another great section. Yes, very, very true, Angie, and my regards to you and your beautiful children and your husband, Torafe. I'm grateful. Thank you for joining. I think we haven't heard from Tagbeji Bezan last week and also this week. I don't know what's going on. Almost 2 weeks now, we have not heard from Tagbeji Bezan. I wish he is well, and I pray that the ancestors and spirits continue guiding him. Thank you very much. And then we are back on Facebook, African Magic Temple. Okay, we don't have anybody on African Magic Temple and nobody on ReVodution Voodoo Education as at the moment. Thank you all very much. Okay, I think you can play some more videos and then people's comments and questions will come. We'll see how it goes. My place. Okay. Okay. Now. Yeah, me coming about no, you can leave it. Huh? You can leave it now. Now you cross over the same place, cross over, stand, cross over this. Yeah, just stand there. Don't look back again. Let them go. Madonu Yenevo. Okay. Midoli senye na mwane mega bojo. Midoli senye na mwane mega bojo. Senye popolipo. Midoli senye na mwane mega bojo. Midoli senye na mwane mega bojo. Midoli senye na mwane mega bojo. Senye. Midoli senye na mwane mega bojo. Senye. Midoli senye na mwane mega bojo.
I'm good, Papa. How are you?
I'm also fine. I'm doing well. We are all fine. Yes.
That's good.
Yes.
Papa, I wanted to share something with you, like about when my grandmother transitioned,
Yeah.
and it's been something that I've been thinking about. Like I've ever since watching her pass away.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes that moment replays in my mind.
Sure.
And I feel like I've seen like her soul like leaving her body, Papa. Like not like how people like say they imagining things, but from a real practical standpoint.
Yes, I am very, very, very much aware of what you are saying. I know what you are saying, but it is very difficult to translate it or transmit it or translate it to people to understand, because people have a different understanding of when the soul leaves the body. Yes, go ahead. So what did you experience?
So I was seeing that how the soul and the body are like two different things.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, so if it's the thing that I could explain it, the best way I could explain it is like when a person, you have a car,
Mm-hmm.
but it's, when the car is driving, it's somebody in the car that's driving the car, but when the car stops and there's nobody in the car,
mm-hmm.
The car cannot do anything.
Yes.
So that's what it was like for me. And like when I saw her body there laying lifeless, I could tell like she wasn't here anymore. Like it's like I wasn't really connected to her body. Like I wasn't attached to her body to want to stay. Like, no, my granny is here, but I really felt that she was no longer there anymore in that body.
Yes.
And Papa, I was just wondering and just thinking like how for us to operate in the physical realm, like our bodies are like our vehicles to operate in the physical realm, but our spirit or our SA will, go into the spiritual realm. Like how you say that spirits can do things that we can't do, but we can do things that spirits can't do.
Exactly. That's why the human beings are partnering with spirit, in the sense that the spirits can do something and they also cannot do certain things. In the physical world, you need a physical body to be able to function. And the spirit does not have a physical body. They are also entities, but they do not have physical body. So for them to be able to work here successfully, they need a partner. And that partner is a human being who has a physical body that they can work through and get their work done. It is just the same like the inner self, which is the destiny or our essay, embodies this physical body when the fetus took place in the mother's womb. Then any destiny in the, let me call them bodiless soul. The bodiless soul, which is the same thing like is our say, has got some qualities and has got certain things, or if I may say, wavelength or vibrations. So whenever a fetus is formed in the womb of a woman, if the vibrations of the fetus, depending on what vibrations of the male and the female semen and ova that form that vibration or form that fetus, has the same vibration with a bodiless soul, that soul will travel into that particular fetus and now come and engage with it and become one with it, and later would be born as a child.
Yes.
So it carries all the data from its past lives, and now comes into this world to be born as a baby, and as it's growing slowly getting to a point, the desires of the old data that it has carried into the physical world will start manifesting. That's why you can be born even a twin, but one twin is more towards one way and the other twin is going towards another way. And then even in certain cases, one twin is more successful while the other twin is not successful, because even though they were born by the same woman, they have different destinies.
Yes.
So when the time of, during the time these souls are in the physical body and growing up, they have different paths, they have so many different interests. Sometimes they may have the same interest in certain things, but not in all things. And when the time comes for the soul to live, like you said, you use a vehicle, a car as an analysis or analogy. You use the physical body is a vehicle for the soul, or the vehicle for the essay. And when it gets to a point that the physical body, which is the vehicle, gets tired, get destroyed, either through sickness, old age, or through some unexpected happenings, then the driver, which is the essay or the soul, will get out of the car, and the car can be destroyed, but the soul is never destroyed.
Yes, Papa. That's exactly, Papa. And that's the thing that I've been realizing, like, it's something, it just makes me see more that it's something way beyond just the life that we know here today.
Exactly. And this very soul will now go and become a bodiless entity, waiting for a moment to have a very congenial environment and parents, as well as a good way. So you can be born a white man today, but if whatever you have done in this life, you need to be born an Indian tomorrow so that you can continue your journey, or to be born an African to continue your journey, or to be born as anybody else to continue your journey. The soul will be waiting until it gets that very congenial entity, physical entity to embody, and then continue where they left off. That's why in African traditional spirituality, we believe that you have not been here only once. There are times that people came into the human body for the first time, maybe coming from animal body into a human body for the first time. And then those people, they make a lot of mistakes in their first experience of human body. But they have had a lot of other experiences in animal body, which mean they need protection, they need food, they need sex, and then also shelter. These four physical needs is what animals really are. So when people come into a human body for the first time, they always fight, just like how animals fight over food. They fight with other decent over woman, over shelter, and food. But then when such people, a lot of people who end up committing certain kind of heinous crimes usually are falling into that group of people coming from animal body into human body for the first time. And with time, with experience with the human body and in this physical space, slowly, when they pass on, they will come again and they become more refined than when they first came out of animal body. And this cycle of birth and rebirth continues until we reach a stage where we become so fine that we become one with the universe, we become one with nature, we become one with everything. So whenever you speak, nature listens to you, and you can do so much things in nature, which people probably may call it wonders, but they are not wonders. It's just that you have had so much experience in the physical world. So when, like your granny is because of old age and maybe some, it may be mainly because of old age, the body cannot contain the spirit anymore. So she needs to move out. The body has given up, and she needs to move out into a new body. But then the prayers and the what will I say? The congenial atmosphere that will give her the opportunity to again reincarnate or reborn is what she'll be waiting for. Yeah, and she could still be born in your lifetime. So you should keep praying to her memory so that she have an opportunity to come during your lifetime.
Yes, I will, Papa. Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's been something that, it's just something that I've just been going through my mind a lot lately, and it really made me look at things like differently,
Yes, that's why when you look at things from that different angle, death is not an enemy after all. It's just like changing clothes.
Yes, Papa. And the thing that came to my mind last night, it was that people cry during death and people cry during birth.
Right.
But neither one of them was meant to be easy.
Of course, it's not. Yeah, because when people are born, the child cries because he's living another world and coming into this world. And it does not know what this world is until it grows up to a point before beginning to know things. And when people die, because loved ones are losing somebody who had been part of their life for some time, and they cry for losing that person, is going away into another world. So death is just like the palm of the hand, the back and the front. Yeah, you move to the back, the front is empty, and you leave the back and move to the front, then the back is empty. So death is, after all, not an enemy of humanity. is the gate of exit, and birth is the gate of entrance to the physical world.
Yeah, that's why, like, so like the work that we do, Papa, is really, it's really keeping us in alignment with everything. Because if we're not doing those things, then, or like the afedo, just even feeding spirits in general, and the exchange of knowledge, and the work that we do for spirits, and then spirits do things for us, that's really keeping us in alignment with the universe. So,
Exactly. That is the main work that African Magic Temple is teaching: how to live in harmony, live in alignment with the world, with nature, so that you don't look at anything as a negative thing, even though the time that it happens or it confronts you may not be a very a good moment or a palatable moment or comfortable moment, but in reality, it has its own reason and purpose to happen at the time they happen. So we need to look at life in a total design, including death in all its totality, whereby we embrace and accept everything, that when people die, they don't die. Physical body goes, but their spirit can never die. So
yes,
they are always there, that you can still connect with them. And in reality, when you learn this thing and you come to the realization of this thing, when your a fellow human being passes on, you actually feel the physical absence, but you don't feel it totally, that they are totally gone. You feel that you can always reach them if you want to,
yes,
at any time. Once you know the basics to do to connect, you can always connect. That's why, like for me, in the case of Togbe Tuji, he passed on, and of course we were all sad that he was gone. He could have been here longer, but he had already spent over 100 plus years here. And then he used to say death was afraid of him. That's why death was not coming for him. And but then eventually he left. But for me personally, I can reach him anytime that I wanted to reach him. So I don't see that he's gone. Yeah, I could always get to him in case I need certain information. I will get it. So with your granny gone, you should know that only her physical body is gone. So from time to time, you check if there is any message from her through your afar, and then if there's anything, you just follow, and you will be seeing her like she's not gone. She's always around. Like in the same case of my biological mother, I don't really see that she's dead, because she gives me information long, not only me, even to my brothers when they were alive. She always communicates and let people know what is going to happen and what we should do. And we had been following that for some time. So it is like that. So it is good that you have had this experience firsthand, and you will be, you are lucky, I would say. You are lucky to have this firsthand. And it is one of the things on the spiritual path that opens your inner self to understanding what the world is. I'm happy for you.
Thank you, Papa.
You are very much welcome. Thank you very much, Bokor.
Papa.
I'm recommending the. Okay, so we'll talk again. Okay, you just, if you have some questions on the program, please ask so that others can also learn from it.
Okay, Papa.
Thank you. Thank you. My regards to your mommy and your father. Okay.
Thank you, Papa.
You're welcome. Thank you. So is it gone, or the talking is gone for now? Yes? Okay, because I don't understand this. You know, what Shamba had just said is in resonance with what happened to my mother-in-law, Chieko's mother. You know, when Chieko was working in the corporate world, so when the mother was sick, she went to Japan to stay with the mother. But then she initially thought that maybe within 1 week or 2 weeks, the mother will pass on and then she will come back to continue with, because I think they gave her only 2 weeks. So when the mother wasn't dying, she was thinking about her work. So she left Japan with all the guilty feeling that she's not going to be around the mother when the mother will pass on. So when she got to Turkey, she called me that she has reached Turkey, that she's coming. I said, oh, did your mother pass on? Then she said, no. And I said, no, go back to Japan. Don't come back to Ghana. Go back. I will be here supervising your workers. Even if you will have to lose your job because you stayed to see your mother dying, that's fine. I'm okay with that. We will have some challenges, but I was okay with that. So my wife didn't hesitate. She went back to Japan to be with the mother on her last days. And the mother told her that when she left, she was following her. So all that was happening in Turkey, all this that had happened, and then she decided to come back. She was all watching all that. So Chieko was with the mother. I think I recorded this conversation when the mother was talking with me on her sick bed somewhere, but I don't know. It's been some time. So when she went back, the mother told all this thing. And then the mother will come out of coma and talk with her for a while, and then later go back into coma. But she was talking even from there and telling the daughter that she is still waiting for the ancestors, because her mother-in-law, which was Chieko's grandmother on the paternal side, came to embrace her. But then in life, she thought that that mother-in-law was never liked her. When she was alive, she thought that that mother-in-law had never really loved her as a daughter-in-law. But here, she saw that mother-in-law coming to embrace her, thanking her for keeping the back. When they were gone, the things that she was doing to put the family things together and all this, that mother-in-law came to stay. This was on her sick bed. And then she will wake up again and say that, they said maybe tomorrow is her day for the elders to sit down to accept her or to reject her. Then I think she saw her own mother too came, and then started seeing elders. And later she said that the elders have sat down and they all saw that she did well. So she has been now accepted, and that's the day. And then she spoke with me through Skype. That time I think there was Skype that was more common. And I spoke to her on her sick bed, and then she said, okay, she's going, so I should take care of the family. Just like how my father-in-law also told me that he was leaving, so it's my duty to take care of the children, the family. It's not only my immediate family, but even the Japanese side that I should do. And then he also passed on. And now my mother-in-law also was telling me that if she has made anything wrong, a mistake in her life between myself and her relationship, I should forgive her that she was going. And then that moment, she passed on. And when she passed on, then my wife had to quickly arrange the funeral, and then she did everything finish before coming back to Ghana. And I thank her for waiting for that moment to see her mother pass peacefully in her presence. You know, because she had a leukemia, and the doctors gave her some few days to live. But we did something with Tommy Damalia so that she could live longer. I think she stayed another either 4 months or 2 months or something extra. Oh no, she stayed even longer. And at a point when she wasn't dying, they were calling me that I should do something so that she can pass on, because it's like she's now stuck up. Her body is weak, but her spirit is not leaving the body. So I should pray back to Toby Jamalia so to let her go. I said, no, if I do so, if I go back to Toby Jamalia to look for life for anyone again, they will not give it to me. Yeah, they will not give it to me, because my hands are tainted with death. Means I can wish people dying. So I shouldn't. So I told them I cannot do that. The same thing with Toby Tuji also, and people asking me that I should come and take the Jopata and all this. I said, no, if I do so, or if I should do so, I am wishing him death, because we have sworn to each other that none of us, no one between the two of us will wish each other death. And if I go to remove the Jopata from his wrist and he passed on, means I wished him death. I waited until his spirit came to me to tell me what the children should do. They should go into his shrine, make a fire, and do some. I told them what he told me what to do, and they did that. And after that, he passed on peacefully. Yeah. So what Shamba is saying is that things I have also personally experienced. That's why death is actually not an enemy, but we just have to learn how to live in harmony with the world or with nature. I'm very happy for this experience. It's a rare experience, and then you should be born a master to experience and have this kind of experience and understanding. Yeah, so it's very interesting. Yeah, okay, so let's go back to TikTok, African Magic Temple on TikTok. So we have a big sister Luna Nicole saying that, Papa, would you speak on generational curses? Is that a diaspora thing or it's connected to Afa? Big sister Luna Nicole, like us in African traditional spirituality, we don't really talk about generational curses. Because you see, this generational curses matter is mostly a religious thing. What is possible, and people may term it as a generational curse or curses, is that you as an individual, you are in this world, like what I was discussing with Shamba. In this world, if you acquire bad karma, what is karma? Reactions to your actions that you take. Whether it's a good action or bad action, you will have a reaction. If it is a good action that you have taken, then the reaction should be a good reaction. And if it is a negative things you have done or actions that you took are negative, then definitely there will be negative reactions. So when your actions are negative and you were not able to atone for all those negative actions while you were still physically alive. When you are born back into this world, your inner soul, your destiny, your atma, whatever, your inner self will go to a particular direction, will be born in a place where you will have to pay for the actions that you did in your past life. Or let's say you go and reap the seeds that you have sowed in your past life. So it is not that you will be born, if you are born in, let's say you are born in a Nicole family, and that's the name, are the names of your ancestors. There is a possibility that in your past life you were not a Nicole, or you were not from the Nicole family, you as an individual. So you may not be a part of that Nicole family, but because of your actions that you took in your past life, your destiny has chosen to bring you to this Nicole family. And if there is any things for them to atone for, you will be part of it to pay for. And I think this is how far I can describe generational curses. Generally, it is your karma that leads you to where you should be born, so that you can continue your life, physical life, as well as your spiritual life from there. That's why I said in explaining to Shamba that sometimes you may be born a black person this time, but maybe in your next life you may not be born a black person. And then you will go to a place where, if your karma or your actions that you have taken in this life are good, you may go to a place where you can have more peace, more happiness to begin with. But if your actions were bad in your past life, then definitely, of course, you will be born in a particular place, in a particular era, where you will have to face the consequences of your actions, the reactions to your actions that you had taken in the past. That's why I do not believe in heaven and hell. The heaven is here and the hell is also here. You may see that some children were born blind. And some were even born crippled. They cannot walk. They cannot even see. And sometimes they cannot even talk or hear. Do you know what they did in their past life before they were born this way this time? You cannot tell. But nature is not wicked. And nature doesn't forgive. That's why when people do bad things and then go to church or go to mosque or go to any religious person that, I want to confess my sin so that I can be free. The person that you hurt is the person you have to go and beg to forgive you. You cannot go and kill someone's child and then come to church and beg the pastor to forgive you. And the pastor says, oh, once you believe in the blood of Jesus Christ, you are forgiven. It's a lie. It doesn't happen. Those things cannot happen. You reap what you sow. So generational curses may be just your karma, things that you did in your past life, and you are coming into this life to continue to pay it off. And until our inner selves are very pure and our life is very pure, we will continue going in this circle of death and birth for a long time until we get to the point where we will come again, and maybe the way we will be born, we will not create any actions whereby the reactions will come and disturb us. So this is my take on generational curses. Because if your father did something bad, why should you pay? It's not you. If your mother did something bad, why should you pay? It's not, you didn't do it, you were not even in the picture. So why should it be you who will come and pay? It is you. Whatever action you have done in your past is what directs you to fall into the birth of that particular father. People knew that he has done something bad. It is your destiny who brings you there to pay. Nothing goes without being seen. Nothing goes at the blind side of destiny. Everything is recorded, and you pay for it, whether in this lifetime or in another lifetime. And if you are very lucky and spirit well is in your favor, every negative action you do, you pay immediately, as cash and carry. It doesn't wait for you. But that one will be so severe, you will feel like, why should I be doing this spiritual work because of that, and these things are still happening to me? Because your spirit well wants you to relieve or redeem all your debt quickly, so that when you pass on, you will not have any karmic debt to come and pay. And it is only that you can come back and continue on a good footnote than on a bad footnote. So, big sister Alona Nicole, that's my take on this. So whatever action you take, whether knowingly or unknowingly, you have to pay. Thank you very much. Then move it up a little bit. And then, of course, Shamba Musa said, "Good afternoon, Papa. I was trying to talk on Clubhouse." Yes, I think this one came before he spoke. Yeah, let's move up. Let me read there. Then we have Kwaku Mark. So, Toby, I've got a logic question. Okay, please, Kwaku Mark, please go ahead and ask the logic question. I'm here to answer. And then we just we have George Kwame one saying, "Papa, hello, George. How are you? Thank you very much for joining today's section." And then George Kwame one say, "How is the family?" "We are fine. We are doing well. And how are you and your loved ones? I hope all of you are doing well." Then we have Kofi Vincent, no, Vinci. Good afternoon, Kofi Vinci. How are you? Thank you very much for joining today's section. I hope you and your loved ones are doing well too. Then we have say, "Good evening, please. I'm a seeker, and I call concerning having a spirit friend for my spiritual work." Okay, Kofi, we at African Magic Temple, we don't just give spirits to people and call them spirit friends. What we do is you do consultation, and if it is your desire to work with spirit, then the spirits that want to work with you will tell us, and we will tell you what things we can do to initiate you or to introduce you to the spirits, and you can start to work with some spirit. Thank you. Thank you. And then Kofi Vince, I am interested in the elemental spirits like that, the dwarf, but the lady I called said you don't have. It's my daughter. So the way you presented your question to her, that's why she's told you that. We don't give, so this person said, "I'm interested in dwarf." I said, "Come, take dwarf." No, I don't do those things. That's why she told you so. That's not the work we do here. We are a very serious shrine. We are not that roadside, even though our shrine is on the roadside, but we are not a roadside spiritualist. We are real spiritualists, and we do things in a real way. Yeah. And then Kofi Vincent, she said, "You don't work with the dwarf spirits, but you have your own forces." Yes, we have our own energies, the Vodus we work with. We also have dwarf we work with. Yes, but it's not something somebody says, "Oh, give me dwarf," and then I give you. No, we don't do it that way. If you are interested in learning more about spirit well, I would advise you to book an appointment for spiritual consultation, and then we can see what the spirit world will say and what directions they will give us to give you. Thank you very much. And then we have Prince. He said, do the souls choose who to bring them back? Yes, I would say that the souls will choose who will bring them back, but they are choosing, or they are the way of choice. It's not like, oh, I want to go here. It is the vibration that, or the wavelength that the spirit. I wish I have a blackboard here so I could explain, draw things to you, but I will use my voice to kind of analyze. See, when the soul leaves the body, let's say the soul is here, and when it is here, everything in this universe, whether physical or spirit, has a vibration. And that vibration, maybe the soul which left the body will be there vibrating like that, pulsating, and then sending waves like a satellite. Okay? Let's say, like a satellite in the sky. That's how the soul is. Of course, it's not physical to the human eye, but then it's there. It's like a satellite and shining. So when there is a device like my phone, when there's a device like my phone, which has elements in it that can attract the waves of this particular satellite, then it will travel into the phone, then will take the communication can take place. So when a bodiless soul is up there like a satellite and pulsating and sending out vibration and wavelengths, if a physical fetus is formed between a man and a woman's copulation, if the man was a thief and the woman was also a kind of a thief, or let's say a prostitute, let's say so. There's nothing wrong with somebody being a prostitute or somebody being a thief. That is what their destiny brought them to do. So if these two people join together, so inside that fetus, there is the element of doubt, there's an element of cheating, there's the element of deceit, there's an element of disappointment, and then the element of trying to take something that belonged to somebody which doesn't belong to them. Let's use that. And if this bodiless soul had been that kind of person in the past, before they died, then it will attract them into this place. And then they will come and take form here. And then slowly, after 9 months, they are born on the physical plane. That's why I always advise people that when you are choosing a woman to have a child with, make a very conscious desire the kind of children you want to born. It depends on the kind of children you want to born and give birth to that will come to you. So you choose a woman or a man whose mind is in the same wavelength with you, so that you both can bring children from that same kind of wavelength, from the spirit world or from the world that is above us or below us or wherever it may be. So that's what it means. So even if the soul will choose, it has to select the one that has the same kind of vibration, wavelength, congenial to it, to be able to hook up to be born. This one has another problem. I don't know what is this. What is this? What do they ask us to do? What is it?
It's like a challenge or a test.
But why should they send us? Is it TikTok sending?
It's soft, sorry.
Yeah, but what do they want us to do? To know whether we are doing what is the question?
It's just like a test. If sometimes to just confirm that they usually will do it for internet systems to see if it's a robot or not. But for TikTok, I'm not sure.
Maybe they are introducing it because this is the first time I've seen it. So maybe it's a new thing they are introducing because a whole lot of things happening in the world. So maybe robots can also be doing things. So probably because it's automatic machines. So yeah. So the soul doesn't actually choose, but it is the selection is depending on the actions that that particular bodiless soul had taken in life when they were living. So that's what it is. Thank you very much, Prince, for that question. I hope you understand. I don't know how in which better way I can explain it, but this is how it is. So when you are choosing a woman, try to really know the woman a little bit, whether this woman is someone that you would want to carry the things you think about. You know, here today, a lot of our Ghanaian women, let me use this not in a derogatory way, our Ghanaian young women are looking for people who have money, have quick money. And a lot of time, these Yahoo boys who are cheating and deceiving people and scamming people, a lot of our young women are following such men because they can easily deceive somebody and take their money, and they share in that. Sometimes the girls are even used as a fronting for these Yahoo boys, that they will be deceiving a man somewhere, while it is actually the man, but the man put a woman's picture or the woman's voice or this, but they will be deceiving people and take money. And they know they are deceiving the person, and they will take the money. And when they take the money, of course, the two of them enjoy it, even though the man or the man who or the woman, whoever is in charge, is enjoying more. So if these two people should have a child, automatically they will bring thieves. They will born thieves. But when a baby is born, how will you know whether it's a thief or not? It is until when they reach certain age before you begin to see the traits and all this in them, and that this child is like me. The child will go to school and will steal the friend's book or pencil or eraser and will bring home, and the parents won't say anything. So you are smart. See, they call you are smart. Those are just, we are just giving birth to terrible people who tomorrow when they grow up, they'll be full of corruption. They'll be full of people who will come into politics and come into positions and want to kill people, want to destroy others once they see that someone wants to challenge them. Because greed. Yeah, that's what we are seeing in most parts of Africa. I don't know about other parts of the world, but here in Africa, we are seeing politicians, young politicians, and their only aim is to steal from the people, and they don't feel anything about it. And of course, everybody for themselves, but God for us all. When you pass on, you will find a similar place. And when the punishments start coming, don't blame the old lady in the village and say that she has put juju on you. Thank you very much. And then we have Ama Pretty. Yeah, hey, who is that beautiful name? Ama Pretty. Say, I love you, Daddy. Thank you very much. And I thank you again. I don't know you, but maybe you know me, but I'm grateful. Thank you. And then we have a Soloku, as say the sound. Is the sound okay? You fix it? Okay, okay, okay. If it is okay now, let me know. And then we have a Abuaboni 90. Say, where are you located? In Ghana, Accra, on the Spinters Road. Our telephone number is in our profile. You can always reach us. Thank you. Then Soloku say, it's a blessing. Thank you very much, Soloku, for joining today's section. I'm grateful for your questions and other things. And then we have Agbevivi put in the Africa Magic Temple location and our telephone number on there. Thank you. And then I think we have Cody's man saying hi, hello, Cody's man. Thank you for joining. And then we have Raymond Gadagui also saying hello. Hello, Raymond. How are you and how is your family? Thank you for joining this. And then we have Scott CM, say, Father, so what do you do? I am a spiritualist, Scott. And then Queen of the Nile, say, hi, AMT. Can you explain a little of what the elders of the night are? Okay, Queen of the Nile, I don't really understand who are called the elders of the night. I don't know. In Ewe culture, we have something we call Zangbeto. Zangbeto means the spirits that walk at night. But today, we see the Zangbeto always in the daytime, turning and spinning around in festivals and everything. They always have two spirits that they name that walks at. One is Kelebeto, which is supposed to be the one that walks in the daytime, or the one that moves in the daytime, and then a Za, which means night. Zangbeto means Beto means human being or spirit, and Zangbeto, which is the night one. But now we've been seeing so many Zangbeto in the daytime, and they are running around and chasing people and turning and spinning and spinning. So I don't know what you mean by elders of the night. If you can break it down for me, I may be able to say something about it if I know. If I don't know anything about it, I'll let you know. But I'm not so sure who are the elders of the night. But you can break it down for me, I may know. Then we have Scott CM. He says, is it possible to remember something from your past life? No, when we are born into this life, we absolutely don't even know that we had had a past life. So to remember anything from your past life, you probably have to be on a spiritual path. And also sometimes when a reading is done for you, then the reading can tell something about your past life. But for you to remember it from your past life, I would say it is not that easy, because it may come like flashes in your dreams, but it's not something that you can physically and absolutely be sure of unless you do a spiritual reading. Because in your dreams, you may see sometimes, if you are a person who dreams, there are some people who do not dream at all. In your dream, sometimes you will see that you have gone to a place, and that place in the dream, the place is a familiar place to you. It doesn't look strange, and you can remember the place very well. But when you wake up, you have no idea of such a place in the physical world. So such could be some of the things that can be flashed back to you in your from your past life. but it is not something you can really know by just remembering that, okay, I was this. Like people say there were King Solomon in their past life. I don't know how many King Solomons were there, but people will say, oh, they were kings and this and that. They told them that their past life they were kings, they were rich people, they were this, they were that. But this life they are now rich and this and that. And I don't know. But I think the only thing you can see from your past life will be some flashes. But even that one, you will not be very sure. Unless in a reading or when an initiation takes place and then something show up there who you were in your past life, then you can know that maybe that's the reason why you are following this path that you are following now. But for me, like, for instance, like me, when I was initiated into Afa, it is there that so many things came clearly known to me that in my past life I was a spiritual person, and maybe I left it off when I died, and then or maybe not even not in maybe one past life, and here I am again in this current life where I am alive, and I was born in a Christian home, even though my grandfather was a traditionalist. I was born in a Christian home because my father went to school, so he was a Christian. So by going to Christian school, you must become a Christian. So my father didn't really took us on his father's line, and we knew that our grandfather had a shrine, and we used to go there from time to time to his house. But I was too young to know. But somehow, I personally was interested in spirituality from childhood. My mother has also taken me around so many shrines from childhood. But then it is my destiny that directed me to them so that they could start teaching me. And then when I got to a point where I could make a decision, I took my decision so that I can become a spiritual person. And here I am today teaching you. So there's a lot of people cannot really know their past life that they were until you are being initiated, or maybe through some spiritual consultation, it may show. That's what I can tell. Thank you very much, Scott CM, for that beautiful question. And then MMC Molato says, I would like to meet you in person. We are always available. Thank you, MMC Molato. And then Big Sister Luna Nicole says, so generational curses or karmic debt is only your own. Thank you for explaining. Yes, it's your own. It's not anybody's own. You cannot go and pay for another person's sin. It is not true. You can only pay for if you call it sin. We don't really use the word sin in our language, but it's as a Christian and religious way. You pay for your actions. No, you cannot go and pay for another person's action. No. And then Big Sister Luna Nicole is saying cash and carry. I like that. Of course, it's cash and carry. Yes. If it happens to you, moment you make the mistake, if the spirit world wants you to be free quickly, it happens immediately. You take an action, before you know, the reaction comes, and a wise person will always know that, oh, this action that I took is what has brought this reaction. A stupid person will say that it is the devil who is disturbing me. Yeah. So that is the way life is. People look at it from different angles. A wise person will look at it from a positive angle, and a stupid person will look at it from a negative angle. Thank you. Then we have Sunday GH. He said, good evening, Papa. Hello, Sunday. How are you? Thank you very much for joining today's session. I hope you and your loved ones are fine. I'm grateful. And then we have our sister Pascaline Edwards. Say, good evening, Papa. Hello, Pascaline. How are you? Thank you very much. I hope you and your loved ones are doing well. I'm happy to hear the information yesterday from your cousin, and I'm happy that things are moving forward. And that's my dream for you. Thank you. I'm grateful for you joining the section. And then we have food cycle and picnics. So what of children who are born very smart for their age? It's the same. Yes, exactly the same. If a child is showing adult nature from childhood and is smart, then you know he has been here for many times and he is taking up from where he left off. So it's the same. It's not anything different. Thank you very much. Food cycle and picnics. And then we go to Hood Richmond Craze. Richmond Craze. Da, please, I am Favi, but it's long time I wash my Ifa because I don't have money to buy the items to wash. Okay, Afavi, you have not buffed your Afa for a long time because you don't have money. Because it's also because maybe the time you had money to be able to feed and wash your Afa, you didn't. And now Afa is not giving you the opportunity to get things to come your way. So you have to look for money and wash and feed your Afa. And also apologize to your Afa for not taking good care of it. Afa, the word is has two meaning. One word is that it will make everything cool down for you in your life. And another way is it will make things very hot in your life. That's why in Togo, they say, Fafa Huzo do ame. It can make things cool down for you if you take good care of it. And Ahuzodo, it will put fire in your life when you don't take good care of it. So it's the two-edged sword. It can make you have peace, and it can also make you to have heat in your life. So find money somehow and then bath your Fa and feed your Fa, and you will see things will start changing. Thank you. Then Hoodrich Monte Cristo said, can I wash it anytime I get money to buy the necessary items? Yes, you can, if you know how to bath it. We don't call it washing it, but you bath it. We don't wash it, we bath it. Afa is an entity, it's not like a plate or cup. When you wash them, you bath them. So if you know how to bath them, then you can. But if you don't know how to bath them, then go to a priest that knows how to bath Fa and ask your Fa there, what does it want you to use in feeding it? And it will give you direction and tell you, okay, use this to feed me. And once you follow Afa's direction, things will go well for you again. Thank you. And then Kwaku Mark, he says, hi, sir. Tommy, I've got a logic and broad topic. Please permit me to highlight it. Go ahead. You said it first and I said go ahead, but you are not saying anything. I don't let people speak on this program with me. If you are on Clubhouse and you want to ask a question, yes, you can ask on Clubhouse, but on the TikTok, we don't open it for people to speak because this program is my program and I don't want anybody to come in and disturb what I teach here because people have a whole lot of things in their head and I cannot stop them from thinking whatever they are thinking. But on my program, the things that I am using to teach people is what I want to use in teaching people. So if you have questions, you can type them down there. I will read them. And if I can answer them, I'll answer them. And other people will listen to me when I'm reading your question and when I'm answering them to people who listen. So this is what it is. So, Kwaku Mark, write your questions. You can break them into pieces. We will read them all. Thank you. There's Scott CM say, yes, I do get those flashes even when I'm sitting idle. Yes. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Then Scott CM say, yes, I usually have this one recurring sin. Yes, it always happens. Yeah, that is kind of thing you can, but you are not very sure until you ask Afa or do some proper divination to know what is going on. Yeah. Then we have go up. We have Big Sister Luna Nicole again and say, Papa, would you say serial killers would be an example of someone living as a human for the first time? Yes, it is possible. It is highly, highly possible. And also sometimes when I see certain animals behaving like human beings, I either they have stayed with human beings for so long and their inner self is developing and learning from humans. That's why sometimes I will even say that these animals, if they are very lucky in their next life, they will be human because they have learned so much tricks and certain things from human beings that they are, even though they are animals, they are exhibiting them. It's only that they cannot talk. Because also as human beings can go from animals, can go from animal life and enter into human life, some human beings also can descend from human life into animal life if their behavior on this physical plane, this is a classroom, if their behavior is not human, even though they were given human body and their behavior isn't human, in their next life or in any other lifetime, if nature and karma wants to punish them, they can send them to animal life where they will experience as animals and they have all the intelligence of a human being, but they cannot talk, they cannot express themselves fully because people will always regard and see them as animals. So it is two ways. You either go up or you descend. So people who may be serial killers or maybe anything they could be some animals in their past life. Or maybe they could also be humans, but maybe their experience with human life is not that long. Thank you very much for that question. And then we have a Halloween sending us a rose flower ×1. Thank you very much, Halloween. We are very, very grateful. And then we have a food cycle and picnic. Is there a thing like good spirituality and bad spirituality? Yes, of course, there is a good spirituality and there's bad spirituality. Spirituality is a two-edged sword. There's a video documentary that we made some time back with Middlebury College in the US, in Vermont, Middlebury College, where my children were students there. Senna was student there, even before Pele went in, from Middlebury College. It's on YouTube and on some of our African Magic Pen too. It's called Like a Knife, where I analyze Voodoo as a knife. Knife can do good thing. It can cook, you can use it to cut grass, you can use it to peel apples, or use it for any good thing. But that same knife can also be used in killing people, destroying other lives, and all this. And so spirituality is like a knife. It has a good side, it has a bad side. But it is not the spirituality that is good or spirituality that is bad, but it is the person whose hands are holding that knife, or the person who is doing the practices. There are people who use this African traditional spirituality in order to destroy other people, and they succeed. And then there are also people who use this same African traditional spirituality to enhance life and to help people and to do good things. So spirituality itself is not bad, but it depends on the hands or the minds that are practicing it. If we look at the history of Christianity, which had been a very barbaric history, when Christians go killing people in the name of God To them, they were doing good things, especially the Catholic Church had massacred millions and millions of people around the world, took people's properties, destroyed people's backgrounds, forcefully converted people into their way so that they can dominate and extract from them. So they call it spirituality, but in reality, if we have to look at it from a very critical angle, we will call it bad spirituality, in the sense that it was only to dominate and to destroy, to control. But you know, when you are born in such a creed, or you are born in that kind of society, it is very difficult for you to look at it from that angle that it was negative. But that's where you were born from, so you think that everything is rosy, rosy, rosy. When you go to the Mayan Empire, is it the Mayan Empire? A lot of things that had happened in their books, their knowledge, informations were all destroyed by Catholic Church. So that indigenous knowledge must not be there anymore. And when people from these cultures grow up, they are struggling. Go to the Americas. When the Europeans went to America, it destroyed the native culture, killed people, wiped the cultures away, forced them to become like Europeans, or make them slaves in such a way that the human being, they lost their own identity and lost confidence in themselves. And today, they are still struggling. And they'll tell you, oh, those people, they are only good for drinking. They are always drunk. But who introduced the alcohol to them? The same thing had happened in China when the British introduced opium to China in order to destroy them. So there are so many things that spirituality have done, or the people using the name of God or using spirituality to do evil. It's happening. It has happened and it's still happening. So there is spirituality. It can be used for good and can also be used for bad. That's what I can say. Thank you. So that was food cycle and picnics. Thank you. And then we have Scott C. and say, you really made things clear for me now. I'm very grateful that it has become clear to you. That's why we are here. We are here to teach. We are here to listen. And we are here to advise, telling from our personal experiences, not from any holy book whatsoever. We are not quoting any holy book, because the holy books were only written by human beings in order to control. Thank you. And then we have Lamstek. Does spirituality really exist? Until you experience it, you cannot know whether it exists or it doesn't exist. Then we have our sister Pascaline Edwards. He said, yes, Papa. Thank you. So we'll talk later. And then food cycle and picnics is the spirit world to help and guide us in life. Why are different opinions when wanting answers? Of course, the spirit world is there to help and to guide us. And why there are different opinions and when you are wanting answers is because there are so many different people in the world, and each and everyone has their own way of approaching spirituality. It is just take spiritual knowledge and wisdom as a river flowing. This very river can be tapped to use for irrigation of food or for farm. This very river that is flowing, somebody can tap that river and use it as in waterboarding that the Americans use in torturing their victims. This very river that is flowing, someone can tap it and churn it to become electricity and get light for others to have light in their darkness, or use that light or electricity to do many things. This same river that is flowing, someone can use it to get a place flooded and let people die. So there are so many different opinions because there are so many different people. If you are lucky to find the source where you can tap it and use it for good, thank your destiny. And if you are unfortunate to fall into the place where that same river is tapped and it flooded and kills and destroys things, pray to your destiny to take you out of that situation. There are so many different people in the world, and each culture, each ethnic group have their own way of approaching the divine knowledge or wisdom. So don't be alarmed and be worried because why are there different opinions when you wanting answers? Because there are different people. There is a saying in my Ewe language that you use the stick in your hand when you are confronted with a snake. Whatever stick you have in your hand, when a snake wants to attack you, whether the stick is a big one or a small one, that's the one you try to use to defend yourself. You can't say, oh, because this stick is too small, so let me drop it and run and go and look for a bigger stick and come back. What about by the time you come back, either the snake is gone or it chases you and bites you? So use whatever you have now to learn, to defend yourself, and to learn the real thing. That's all that I can say. Please, let's move on. And then we have a big sister, Luna Nichols. As a former Christian, the Bible teaches that the sins of the fathers are visited upon the child. Yes, that's very true. Of course, the Bible also said that slaves should obey their masters just as they obey Jesus Christ. Is it true? Should it be true? There are so many things that the Bible has said that are not true. They were written by people, edited by others to use to control other people. So the Bible is not authority on God. It's only an authority in Christianity. The Quran is also not the authority of God, but it's only an authority in Islam. When you go to the Bhagavad Gita, which many people do not know, unless you are a spiritual seeker, the Bhagavad Gita is one of the holy books of the Hindus. We have the Upanishads, we have the Bhagavad Gita, and we have the Vedas and other things in the Hindu philosophy. They are not authority on God, but they are just the authority of the Hindus, the way they approach their divine God, or whatever you call it, providence. It is only to those. But then these books are not authority on God. They were written by men. Who told you that God inspired them? Who told you what my grandfather told me was also not inspired by his God? Thank you, big sister Luna Nicole. And then we have Da Muhammad say, hello, my father. Hello, Muhammad, how are you? Thank you very much for joining the section. I hope you are enjoying and hope your loved ones are fine. We are good here. And then we have Marvelous DVN at Luna Nicole. Then Queen of the Nile, say thank you. I mean like Iyami Aje in Yoruba. Some say witches, mothers of the night, divine forces. Okay, we are talking about Aje or witches. There are so many forms of witchcraft. And people will say that our mothers, sometimes people call it our mothers, just like in the Yoruba word, Iyami. Iya means mother, me means me, so means Iyami, our mother. So the question on Ajay, what was the question? Can we revisit the Queen of the Nile's question? I think it's the top. Let me see. Now she has come with what she's calling the guidance of the night or Queen of the Nile. Okay. Okay, so say we want to explain what the Queen of the Nights are. Honestly, I do not know what is the work of the witches. One, because I'm not a witch. But what I know about witches is that they do bad things to people who are not in line with them, but they do good things to people who are in alignment with them. That's why at Africa Magic Temple, when we do a ritual or we do a reading for you, and we find that our mothers, Iyami, Aje, Minana, Nyano, are part of your challenges, we ask them, what should we do for them to leave you or leave the person alone? And once they have given us the direction and we follow, definitely they will leave you alone. Because in one of my lessons from my teacher, Tobetuji, he said, after God, it is the witches. Which means that if there is anything called God, next to him are the witches. So there is no way you as an individual human being, as long as you cannot overcome God, so you can also not overcome the witches. So you should be someone who will listen to why they attack people and what you can do to free people from their, what do they call it? Their claws or their grip. So that is what it is. So at our shrine, we don't fight them. We compromise and we appease them, and they leave whatever they are attacking, because they are not a force you can easily overcome. That's what I know about them. And then Scott is saying, what is Afa and how can I have one in possession? Afa is the wisdom of divination, knowledge of present, past, and the future. And you can only have Afa through initiation. And you must find a teacher who has Afa, who can introduce you or initiate you into Fa. It is only then that you can have Fa. It is not a talisman that they can sell and send to you. It's a whole process that you have to go through to be initiated. Thank you very much, Scott CM. And then Lamstek said, is reincarnation real? Yes, it is. That's why we kept talking about it. That's what we have been discussing. If reincarnation were not real, people in the Bible wouldn't have said that Jesus Christ was Elijah come back. If reincarnation were not real, the Yorubas will not call anybody Babatunde, Iyatunde, Yetunde, and all this thing. And the accounts wouldn't have any name like Ababio. And I believe in other cultures, there may be similar names that glorify reincarnation. So reincarnation is real. And in science, it is said that, what is it? Is it atom or cannot be destroyed? They can only energy cannot be destroyed, can only mutate and change forms, but it can never be destroyed. And our inner selves, our souls are the energy that is running this physical body. It cannot be destroyed. It can only change, mutate, and take different forms, but it cannot. So definitely there is reincarnation. And then Kwaku is saying, okay, well, explain. Thanks for your response. I'm grateful to you, Kwaku Mark. And then Joe's Lord is saying that, please, how long do you have to be feeding your Afa? Oh, once you have been initiated, your teacher or your Toboko, your masters should be able to tell you. When you are initiated into Fa, they should be able to guide you. Unless, of course, you were given Fa without you being there physically, which is actually not possible, unless, of course, maybe you were in your mommy's tummy when Afa was given to you. Then, of course, you don't know. But the people who had initiated you, once you are born and you are growing up, they are supposed to be telling you. When you want to feed your Afa, you do a spiritual consultation with your Afa to find out what your Afa wants you to use in feeding it, and when your Afa wants you to feed it. There are situations that you can feed your Afa now, and within 2-3 days' time, your Afa again will ask you to feed it again. It depends on what your Afa has seen and wants to work on it for you, and needed something to energize it to work on your behalf. So I can't tell how many times Afa can be fed. You have to ask your Afa, and it will tell you. Thank you very much, Joe's Lord. And then we have a marvelous, okay, go move it up small, I think. Okay, we have Koku Marcus. How can we liberate ourselves spiritually as blacks, if not precisely Africans, in this age? I don't know. What can black people to do to liberate themselves? But I will suggest that black people should select good leaders. And if black people are able to select and elect good leaders, it can cover a lot of the challenges that black people have all over the world. So black people should select good leaders, not thieves and hypocrites, to be their leaders. That's all that I can say. And then we have a fear sweet too at Joe's Lord. Joe's Lord said, I am. Okay. Then we have Carabas, the infinity. How does one quiet down noise in the home? I don't know. Tell the people to stop making noise. That's what, if somebody is making noise, tell them to stop making the noise. And if it's music they are playing that is making the noise, tell them to turn the noise down. Thank you. Then Lamstek is saying, how can one experience spirituality? By engaging oneself into spirituality. You cannot experience something that you are not involved with. You can only experience something that you get yourself involved with. You can't sit down and they are doing a movie somewhere in a movie house and you sit in your house. Can you watch the movie? You can't. Until you go to where the movie is being shown, then you can experience the movie and you can see the movie and you can talk about that movie. You can't sit down idle and sit at one place and experience something that is not happening at where you are. You can only experience spirituality when you get yourself engaged into spirituality. Thank you. Then Scott CM said, I would love to have an audience with you. What is involved? Call our number, make your enquiries. They will tell you what is involved. Then Queen of the Night says, thank you so much. People tend to just associate them with bad, but as you say, two sides of a knife. Yes, exactly. There's always two sides of the knife. The knife can kill, and the knife can also give life. Thank you. Then food, cycle, and picnics. Thank you, sir, for taking time to explain and answer my question. I appreciate it. You are very much welcome, food, cycle, and picnics. I'm grateful. Then we have a possible one. Say, does Afar has ranks? When you get into Far, they will tell you. Then we have Scott CM. So Afar has both traits. I don't understand that, but Afar is a very wide thing. It's a, as I said, Afar is a discipline, I would say, discipline and of knowing present, past, and future. It's a way of, it's an instrument of divination to know, to go, to look into God, to look into the spirit world, to be able to draw something from there and work on it and send back there. And it's Afa is a two-way thing. It takes things into and bring things from. That's how Afa is. So it's a many things, and there are so many different forms of Afa. It's not just one Afa. We have different disciplines in Afa. And then of course, when you get initiated, you move as you are initiated and get initiation into other things that will make Afa work for you. Yeah, there are so many things but the basic initiation is the beginning of knowing what Afa is. Please put the air conditioner off. I think this day the air conditioner is not making noise like before, or it is still.
When usually like this, it doesn't make noise, but when we start it fresh, this one it's like it's starting to pick up. But once it picks,
It's just like nika nika. No, nika nika is when you start it first, you make back, and then it picks up, and when it gathers speed, then it becomes. Oh, is it my back, fall there? And We don't know what happened. The banner, our logo has just fallen out and fallen down. Okay, so Kwame, I thought the live was in Ewe. No. The live is in English so that the world can listen to what we are teaching. We are educated Bokors, so our teachings are in English. Where we need to speak Ewe, we'll speak Ewe. Thank you, because it's not everybody in the world that speaks Ewe. Thank you very much. And then Kwame Godson, he said that Kwame Godson said, I thought that the live was in Ewe. No. And then we have a lampstick. Does the Afa demand sacrifices? Yes, Afa demand sacrifice. There is nothing in African traditional spirituality that you don't do sacrifices. Mind you, we are not talking about human sacrifice. We are talking about sacrifices in different forms, but not human sacrifice. Then we have Scott CM. So it is like a portal, but in spiritual terms. Yes, you may say so. Yes, it's a discipline in spirituality. Then Kwaku Mark was laughing, say, ha ha ha. Okay, thank you. Then Kwame Godson, then the spirits are letting you know they are around. My spirits, they don't have to let me know they are around. They had always been around. I know them when they are here. I know they are, I call them to come and work with me. So it's not something that they remove the banner that shows that they tell me that they are around. I know when they are around. I know already. Thank you. And then Scott CMC, this is why I love being an Ewe. When we are serious, we are serious. And when joking too, it's the same. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Scott, for that. Yeah. Then Big Sister Luna Nicole Papa, it's crazy that your logo fell. I was focused on the string that popped just a few moments ago. I see. Yeah, the logo fell. Yeah. And then Kwame God says, Luna Nicole, so you broke it for us. Oh, no. So that's not possible. It came down because it needs to come down. Yeah. Thank you. And then MMC Molato said, Daddy, please, what if they paint the symbol there on the wall? Yeah, but I don't want to paint it. I know I have my reasons for how I do my things. Yes, that MMC Molato said that would be great. Yes, that's very true. But I don't want to paint it. That's why I printed them. And then Luna Nicole said at Kwame Godson, I use my powers. Okay, thank you. Thank you, big sister Luna Nicole. And then MMC Molato said, I can bring a painter to paint the logo on the wall, Daddy. Yo, I hear you. Thank you very much, everybody, for your offer. I'm grateful. You know, a lot of people like doing paintings on their walls at many spiritual shrines in the evil world. When you go, you see people painting so many things on the wall. I have not reached that stage yet of painting things on the wall. If I do reach the stage of painting things on the wall, I will invite those of you who want to help. There is only one thing that we have painted on the wall at our shrine is the Baba Legba, because the angle in which the Baba Legba is, mostly people cannot see it very well. So we painted it on the wall, so when people are coming, they can see the Legba before seeing the physical one. But apart from that, we are not fond of painting things on the wall. And even that one is painted outside on the wall of the shrine. Yeah. Thank you very much. And then we have Horatio Max. Say, Papa, please, when will you open a school for us to come and learn? Horatio Max, this is the school. If you look at my back, let the camera look at my back. Is it showing?
Let me adjust it.
Yes.
Yes, please.
You see my back. What do you see? Read it for them.
School of Enlightenment and Wisdom.
Yes. So it's already a school. So it's not now that we are going to open another school. This is the School of Enlightenment and Wisdom. So Horatio, the school is already there. You are a student today. Yeah. Thank you very much for that. And then Horatio says, Papa, please, when will you open a school for us? Is the same question. Okay, thank you. Then I am Khadija, Angela Ghani. They say, thank you, Papa, for our great session. Recently, here in the USA, I've been seeing a lot of people discussing Abraxas. Can you please teach us about Abraxas and how people can get initiated? Okay, that's a very beautiful question from our sister Angie there. Okay, Abraxas is okay. I don't know how to qualify it. I don't even know which adjective to use to qualify Abraxas. Abraxas is an energy which is a universal energy of wisdom and enlightenment. Abraxas is the Christus. And when you go into the word Christus, which is a Greek word, it means enlightenment. So when people call Jesus Christ, the word used to be Jesus the Christ. That was how it was called in the olden days. And even there were so many books written, so many in the last century about Jesus the Christ. There's a book my father gave me when I was about 12, 13 years, or something about Jesus the Christ. I think that book was stolen from me. Later, somebody gave me a new one. Another person stole it again. Yeah. So Abraxas is the same as the Krishna in Hinduism, where Krishna becomes the black stone. But then because they didn't want, the Aryans didn't want to let something that is black to be above them, they painted him blue. So when you see the picture of Krishna, he's a blue human being. It's not black, it's not white, it's a blue human being. But the word Krishna actually means black stone. That's Abraxas. And then the consciousness in Buddhism, which is the Buddha, which is coming from the word Bodhi and Dharma. Bodhi and Dharma. Dharma means truth. And I think Bodhi is intuition or intellect. So the true intellect or true intuition, which is Buddha, Bodhi, and Dharma. That's the Christ. So Abraxas is the original wisdom and intellect and the original energy of enlightenment. And it has been in some books, the Abraxas have been depicted as an animal with a chicken head that wakes you up, like the what do you call it, the cock, the rooster, who has a chicken head, because at least that's when the chicken crows, you wake up. Is it not?
Yes, it is.
Yes, I think you are getting it. And so the head of Abraxas is. Can people on listening can see it when you put it?
On the Facebook and YouTube,
Yeah.
they'll see just a small part. I'm showing it.
Just show one figure.
Yes.
The one Abraxas has a chicken head, and this force is believed to be the actual force of creation. I'm finding it difficult to explain the Abraxas because it's such a wonderful, it's almost everything. So Abraxas, I had been initiated into Abraxas so many years back, and I can channel this energy so that when I initiate people, I initiate them into Abraxas by channeling the Abraxas energy into them so that they can realize, experience, and work with it. The Abraxas, in a very simple form, is a Christ consciousness. And when I say the Christ consciousness, I'm not talking about Jesus of Nazareth. I'm talking about the universal consciousness of enlightenment. And those of you who are Christians, if you remember, somewhere in Jesus' statement, he said that when Abraham was, I was. And what does that mean? Abraham died many centuries before Jesus Christ was born. Jesus Christ of Nazareth was born. But then he said that when Abraham was, I was, which simply means that there was a Christ, he who has no mother and has no father. And that Christ was called to be Melchizedek, which the Americans call it Melzedeki. That's what the American English is, but in the Bible that we read was called Melchizedek, but in Americans call Melzedeki. And then it is upon this Christ that the later day saints are built. Oh yeah, that's why the later days of Jesus Christ, the whatever. Jesus Christ of the later days. What did you call them?
Latter Day Saints.
Yeah. The latter day saints, or Jesus Christ of the latter day saints, or something. Yeah. It's a full, what is it? The Church of Jesus Christ of latter day saints, right? Okay. So this Melchizedek or Melchizedek, that's the way we call it in Africa, was the Christ that was before Abraham. The time that Abraham, the father of the Abrahamic faith, Islam and Christianity, were built by, or it was based upon Abraham's knowledge. So Melchizedek or Melchizedek is the one that had been there as what do you call it, the Christ at the time. So that is Abraxas. It's a universal Christ consciousness. And when people who are interested in getting initiated into Abraxas, you have to approach Africa Magic Temple, because currently, I don't know who else is initiating people into Abraxas or bringing that consciousness to people. But for us, we have got the key and we do that. We do it very well. Thank you very much. I am Khadija Angie Fisher. Thank you very much for that. I don't even know how to say, because these things are practical personal experiences that you have to experience to know. It is not like you have to believe in it. You don't need to have faith. You don't need to have any belief system. Our system is not based on belief and faith. It's based on practicality and experiment. That's only that can tell you, like somebody has asked a question, is spirituality, does it exist? And to your experience, you cannot say, because to know is different from to believe. To believe means you are not very sure, but to know means you have experienced it. So when you experience something, you don't believe in that thing again. You just know. So that's what Abraxas is. So thank you very much, Angie, for Khadija, for that question. I know you people were initiated into it, so you know. Yeah. The reason why a lot of people are now coming into Abraxas, the world is developing spiritually, the world is growing. In all this chaos and everything that is happening, the world is actually becoming conscious of lie, deceit, and fake entities. That's what the world is reaching. That's why certain things started coming up. Now, Abraxas, people talk about it not only in the Americas, in Ghana, in Africa also, people have started to get some idea about Abraxas, but people don't really know what it is. And they have not had experience. They are only hearing from one person and telling that's what is going on. But then Abraxas is real. You can invoke Abraxas at any time and get its response immediately if you have been initiated into it. You have been introduced to the Abraxas. Abraxas, simply the Christ consciousness. I am not talking about Jesus of Nazareth at all. Thank you very much. You can all look up Abraxas on the internet and you see it or see him riding his chariot with his whip and all this thing. So that is how it has been depicted. But all those things are more like you need to experience it physically to know what it is. Yeah. And it opens your mind, opens your intuitive and what do you call it?
Intuition.
Your intuition and your mind to know. Yeah. Knowing but not knowing how you know. Thank you. And then MMC Molato say we are grateful too. Thank you very much. And we have Lamstek. Which book will you recommend for us for mind awakening and African spirituality? African spirituality is not in books. In reality, African spirituality is not in books. But you can read any kind of books that people have written about African spirituality, because I personally haven't really read much about African spirituality from books. I went to teachers who practice and I learned from them under their feet. I learned. So when people ask me to recommend books, I find it difficult to recommend books. There are so many books I have read myself, but the real African spirituality that I practice and teach are not in books. They are in my lectures, the things that I teach on Sundays. And then, of course, when you are in our shrine or when we come to you, we teach you. But we don't have books. But there's one good book on Voodoo that I will recommend. The Voodoo, the Quantum Leap. Voodoo, the Quantum Leap by one Regina or something. Voodoo, the Quantum Leap. Is that come down? Oh, yeah, this one. the Voodoo, the Quantum Leap. I think, did somebody bring this book to me recently?
Yes, please.
They gave me the physical one?
Yes,
Yes.
uh,
It's in the shrine.
they brought it in the shrine. Someone brought it from America.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think I have this very one. The one I have originally was not in this color, but then somebody stole it. Yeah, they stole it because people, when they come, then you give them book, and before you know, the person is vanished, the book is vanished. They don't even come back anymore. So the Voodoo, the Quantum Leap, originally was given to me by Baba Jaha, one of my students who actually introduced me to this book. But I think somebody took it. Yeah, but I don't know whether his is the one that is still there. Yeah, by Reginald Crossley. Reginald Crossley was a doctor. I think he's a medical doctor, physician. Okay, Dr. Crossley, a physician of internal medicine and nephrology. Yeah. So I will recommend this book for anyone who is interested in Voodoo, whether Ewe or Haitian. I think Loa now, before the Loa means gods, or what we call Voodoo. Yeah. So you can start reading this one. It's quite expensive. I think it's about how much?
197
US dollars. 197 US dollars. Oh, then it's not expensive. But there were some that I saw, I think it's about $2,000. Whether it is a hard copy or this thing. But so you can try this one. It's 197 US dollars, which is good. You can have these books and read and go through and see how spirits, nature spirits, and us, how we interact with them and have an idea. And then when you have an idea and you get initiated, it makes you more understanding of what it is before even taking initiation. Thank you very much, everybody. So try to get that book. At least I have recommended one. Voodoo, the Quantum Leap. Okay. And then we have no. Yeah, go up. Move it up. It's down, down. Then we have Luna Nikose. Papa, please explain the difference between Jokpata and Abraxas. They are two different spirits. They are not the same. Every spirit has its own name, and once the name of the spirit, it has its own function. Abraxas is a universal consciousness, or the Christ consciousness, as I said. And Jokpata is a total different spirit. It's the spirit that wages war to end war. That is what Jokpata is. It's if you want to look at it in the Judeo-Christian form, you check Archangel Camiel. Archangel Camiel is totally different from Abraxas. Camiel, starting with the either people write it with Camiel or Khammiel, Kamala. You know the word Kamala. I'm not talking about our Kamala Harris, but then if they can go even with that name, the word Kamala is coming from the word. Let me see. The word Kamal is coming from the Sanskrit word Kamala, which is lotus. The lotus, and you know the pineal gland. The pineal gland in the seven chakras in Hinduism or in Tantra Yoga or Hinduism. We start from the Muladhara, Swadhisthana, Manipura, Anahata, Vishuddha, Agya, and then the Sahasrara chakra, which is the crown chakra. That is the Kamal in Hinduism, and it means lotus. And from this Kamal, you can get the word Kamala, You can get the word camel. You can get in Hindu, in I think in Islam you get it as camel, and in English they write it Camiel, camel, and then some people write it Khamiel, camel, and then some people even went to the point of writing it as Samiel, which is Camele. Yeah, what do you get there? Some people even write it Camuel. Yes. So that is the attribute. The attributes of this particular archangel are the same attributes of Tobe Jokmata. Okay, see, these are the ways that people spell it. Great, great, great. Yeah. It's an archangel in Christian theology. Yes. So the archangel Camille is what we call in our shrine Jokmata. So Abraxas is totally different from archangel. And you know, in my culture, the archangels are called a throne. In every culture, when you hear about archangel, we call them a throne in our Ewe language. Because Mau Dolao, God's servants, that's how they'll be called. So archangels are God's servants, but within them, there are some senior ones. Those are called the archangels. So Camille is what we call Togbe Jopata in our language. Thank you very much, Big Sister Luna Nicole, for that. They are totally two different entities. And then Scott CM say Yahweh. No, Yahweh is a total different thing. Yahweh is a different thing from Archangel different from Abraxas. Yahweh is not Abraxas. Yahweh is just one of the what do you call it? One of the entities of creation, one of the master entities of creation as well. That's probably, I don't know the Ewe equivalent, but some people say Ewe. That Ewe. So that's what people say, but I've not studied much about Ewe, so I can't talk and compare. So I don't make mistakes. It's what I don't know, I don't teach. Yeah. So Archangel Camille is what we call Jopata at our shrine. And then Abraxas is the Christ consciousness. And when we say Christ consciousness, we are not referring to Jesus of Nazareth. Nobody makes that mistake because Jesus, this Christ consciousness has been there long before Emmanuel of Bethlehem was born. So please. But then he worked towards that spiritual consciousness, and that's why people used to call him Jesus the Christ, the person who has become enlightened. Jesus who has been enlightened. That's what it is. So we are not teaching about Christianity here. We are talking about the consciousness that pervades all eternity, pervades all human life and everything. And if you are able to you are able to draw it and connect yourself to it, you become knowledgeable. You become full of wisdom. So then Kokolo said, is Abrahamic religion different from Abraham Christ consciousness, Baba? Abrahamic religions are two. One is Christianity, the other one is Islam. Those two are called Abrahamic religions because they trace their root from Abraham, who was actually called Abramin or Abram. And who is Abram? Abram. You know, in Hinduism, we have the caste system. At the top of the caste system, we have the Brahmins. And then under the caste system, I think we have the Kshatriyas. who are the warriors. Then we have the I think from Brahmins you come the Vedas or Vishyas or something. I'm forgetting. But then you have a Brahmin. Then the clever people came. Then the Kshatriyas are the warriors. And what is it? Brahmins, Kshatriya, Vishya. Yeah, great. We have the Brahmins at the top as the priest class. Okay, and then we have the Kshatriya as the warriors. Then we have the Vaishyas, who are the merchants. Then below the Vaishyas, we have the Shudra, the farmers and the peasants. Then at the bottom of it, the untouchables. Those are the poor of the poor, who are in the sweepers and the cleaners and people who remove toilets and clean other people's this. So they have 5 caste system in the Hinduism. And Abraham is supposed to be coming from the Brahmin caste, moving from there. And when he moved from his home in Ur, it moves all the way to the Chadian or Ud of Chadian or something. And then when he settled in this place or moved to this place, he was called Brahmin until he experienced God, and God changed his name into Abraham. So these are all knowledge that is there. I'm not reading from any book. They are inside this Noko head. So Abraham coming as a priest, his generation became the Abrahamic faith, excluding Hinduism, because according to the Bible, God has given him a new task, that he should move out of his father's home and move to a new place and establish a place for him. And Abraham wasn't a Christian. So if we are, and he wasn't a Muslim, but the people who came out of his generation became the Abrahamic faith. So that's what it is, Koklo. This is what Abraham is. So anyone who has followed Abraham's teaching, or whether he's teaching or this, but Abraham, his own teaching is not even what Islam and Christianity are teaching today, because he was a traditional person. So the caste system is the Brahmin, Kshatriya, Vaishya as the people who are the merchants and the landowners. Then we have the Shudra, which are the peasants, and then we have the Dalit at the bottom, called the untouchables. So Abraham was a Brahmin. Yeah.
I know someone whose surname is Shudra.
So we come from that caste. They are business people. I know Shudras are the farmers, the peasants. Yeah. Because you cannot be in the Brahmin class and they'll call you Shudra. No. The Brahmins at the top, they are the ones who eat the ghee. You know ghee? Ghee is a butter oil, butter made out of cheese, out of cow milk, which become oil. And I have some in this. I used to cook with it from time to time. It's the rich people who eat it too. So anyway, let's go back to our lesson. So this is the caste system. So Abraham is coming from it used to be called Brahm. And then they said God changed his name, that you will now be called Abraham, the father of nations. That's what the saints say. It's the highest caste in the Hindu discipline. And usually when you get to the bottom, the Dalit, when you actually physically look at them, they are more darker skin than other people. The Shudras and the Dalits are dark people, but then when you go up, even if you see the picture, they try to make them look brighter as you go up. You see?
Yes.
You see?
Yes, please.
So the Brahmins are the priests. Then they get the warriors are people who will fight for them. If the bottom lower people want to disturb them, the warriors will protect them. So but all this is a trickish thing, no? Human beings just creating systems where to protect themselves and take from the bottom people. But that is what it is. And that's what it has always been. Even in our societies here, we look upon certain people as the workers, and we look upon certain people as the priesthood. Like here in Ghana, the Osofos are like very elevated, and the Osofos are in connivance with the politicians, you know.
Yes.
So the politicians and the Osofos, they are intermingling and deceiving people, you know. The priesthood card, the malams, the allergies. No, I don't want to use religious things to be. I'm not using religious things, but when it comes, sometimes I need to clear it. So you see, the Brahmins are in the Hindu priest, advisors, and intellectual leaders. Okay, that is the politicians, the priesthood class, and the bureaucrats. Then you come to the Kshatriyas, you get the soldiers, the police, the bodyguards, and all those people. Then the third is the Vaishya, including people who are businessmen, merchants, traders, and farmers. That's the Vaishya. So Brahmin class can include the what do you call it? The priest and the people who are intellectuals, who are writing books. So they are the ones who write books and tell you where you should stay. You know, they will write it and tell you that you should be here and this is where you belong. And there's nothing you can do. It's a very interesting system, but that's what it is. Okay, so let's go to the lesson and continue and finish up. You want to, you can
I'll show you.
Capture, you want to show the people?
Yes.
So you can capture it and let the people see what is. Only the people on TikTok cannot see.
Yes.
Then you can just cast it and post it on TikTok.
Yes.
So that they can have an idea. So Abraham is from the Brahmins. So I think it's called Abram. So someone who is a Brahmin can be called Abram. And then when they say God changed his name, that now he will be called Abraham. I mean, the father of nations. So Abrahamic faith is based on all the people who follow Abraham's, or coming from the bloodline of Abraham. Human beings are bad. Religion is evil. They can put you and your generation in one corner, and forever you remain there. No matter how clever or decent you are, you remain there. We are almost going to 8 o'clock.
Yes.
Okay, let's finish up quickly. I was thinking by 7 we should finish, but we are now almost 7:30. So, Kokolo, that is my explanation. And then they say Abrahamic religion different from Abraham, Christ, consciousness, Baba. Please, not different, but people are not following the Abraxas. People do not even know it. Not many people know it. If you know, you can understand that the Jews, the original Jews, and Jews, they don't follow Christianity. They are not Christians. And I think very recently too, there were some laws enacted in Israel that if you are a Christian, if you go preaching, they'll catch you and send you to jail. So they are not Christians, but they are children of Abraham. If they are not Christian, does not mean that they are not children of Abraham. They are children of Abraham or Abraham. Okay, so it is not like that people get rid of it. It's people do not even know it. They don't know the difference. People have not even heard about the word Abraxas before. People have not even heard the word Abraxas before. It is only of late, recently, that Abraxas started coming into people's consciousness. But it has been there for ages before mankind was born into this physical world. So it is not everybody who knows how to work with Abraxas. So it is a difficult thing, but those who are lucky to be initiated into it are lucky to see the changes they have in their life. That doesn't mean that you will not have any challenges in your life, but you will find a way to solve them. Thank you, Koklo, for that question. It's a very beautiful question. Thank you, I'm grateful. Then we have a big sister Luna Nicole said the book is on Amazon for $197. That might be why someone took it. No, I don't think because of the cost that somebody couldn't buy it, that's why they took it. People just like stealing important books from people. And especially a lot of my very good books has been stolen. Now somebody will come, not directly stealing it, they come and borrow it. I wrote it in the book. I have a book that I put like a library. When you take my book, I put your name the day you come for it. I put it in the book. But over the years, some people will not bring their books back and you don't have any contact with the people anymore. And then that is gone. So it's not that they saw that the price was expensive that they came and steal it. I gave it to them to read, but they don't return it. Yeah. So that's what it is. Thank you very much, big sister Luna Nicole, for that. Yeah, it's 197 means it's quite a book. That's important book. Yeah. Let's move up. Move up. And then we have a big sister Luna Nicole said TikTok has been freezing throughout this entire session. Papa, yeah, is it freezing at our end here? No, at our end here, it's not been freezing. It's just smooth. We haven't seen it freezing, so I don't know. Maybe you have to check your network. There's a possibility maybe your network is having some challenges. Then Scott CM said, things usually go bad for me. Would you say it is because of something I have done? I cannot tell until you do a reading. I'm not God. I'm not a spirit. I'm just a human being. I can say maybe it is your destiny, and destiny is your inner self. Your destiny is the God that came into this world with you. It's the one we've been talking about, that is the one that lives in your body. And when the body dies, it goes away, or when it gets out of the body is considered dead. So you need to do a reading or a spiritual consultation to find out what the causes of the bad luck is. I am not God. I can't tell. I'm not playing God that I know everything. The spirit world knows everything, and the spirit world will guide you and tell you what you should do. Thank you, Scott CM. I think we are done. Okay. And then Kokolo say, thank you, Baba. Very well said. Thank you very much, Amina. I'm grateful. And then Lamstek is saying, my first time of hearing the word Abraxas. Thank you. Actually, it is spelled Abraxas, not US. It is not spelled with US. It's Americans who are coming new to this word, and then they are saying Abraxas, and then people are spelling it very well. It's a 7-letter word, Abraxas, Abraxas, not you. The word is not you. If in every word, the pronunciation and the spelling is very, very important, because words carry power. And if you don't write it well, you cannot pronounce it well. And if you don't pronounce it well, it cannot take effect. So abraxas is not abraxos. It's XAS, not XUS. Thank you. And then we have MMC Mulatto say, please, I need your direct daddy, my directing daddy. We have our number, Lamstech. I have my number in, is it MMC Mulatto? We have our number in our, on the program. We have prefixed it on the program. You can pick the number, make inquiries, and they will give you directions. Thank you. And then MMC Mulatto say thank you very much. I think there's some question up before this one. Okay, Lamtech say thank you. When is the live? Every Sunday from 2:30 or from 3 p.m. From every Sunday 2:30 p.m. We start playing videos of things that we have done in the past and some of the old live streamings, we play them. Then by 4 o'clock, 4:30, I sit down to start taking questions directly. So you can just like our page on TikTok, on Facebook, on YouTube, and whenever we are live, they will let you. And also, of course, we are on Clubhouse. And on Clubhouse, you can also speak and ask questions directly if you want to speak. Thank you. So Lamtech says, thank you so much. MMC Mulatto is saying, thank you so much. And thank you too. Then MMC Mulatto say, I really appreciate. Thank you. We also do appreciate your presence and your questions. And then MMC Mulatto say, I learn a lot. Yes, we are all learning from one another. I'm grateful. Then Big Sister Luna Nicole said, this was a great session today. Thank you for your time and teachings, Papa. You are very much welcome, Big Sister Luna Nicole. And I think it's Shamba. I don't know whether this was the old one. Is it Colin? No, it's not the old one.
Yes, please, Papa. But he can talk.
Okay, Shamba, you can always talk. I think it is open. Okay, and then MMC Mulatto say you are blessed. Thank you very much, MMC Mulatto. And then Scott CM say, is Clubhouse an app? Yes, it's an app called Clubhouse. And you find us there called live section on Ewe Vodu with Bokor Christopher Voncujovi. So you can find us there. And anytime we are on, you can come on there and you can also send questions just like here. And sometimes you can also talk straight away like what Bokor Shamba Musa had spoken about her grandmother's demise. And then we have the man, that person. Okay. Then there is somebody doesn't have a name, only emojis. He said, nice one, Papa. Thank you. Let me see the picture. Maybe I can identify the person. The person. I don't know. Okay, no problem. Okay. So Edem Bokor, how are you? Thank you for joining today's section. I'm grateful. Edem, say nice one, Papa. So thank you. And then there's another person who is Edem. Is the same person. Follow the host here. Okay. And then we have Yao Beck. Where can I locate you, Yao Beck? We are in Accra on the Spinters Road. We are in Accra on the Spinters Road. And if you reach us on our telephone number that has been provided, we will be able to talk with you and you can make all the enquiries that you need. And then we have a big sister, Luna Nicole, again saying, I'll be in conference in Washington, D.C. next week. I may not be able to attend next week's session. Yes, big sister Luna Nicole, we need to close the portal of death for you before you leave next week. So please reach out to me and let's discuss it. I need to do that final distinction for you before you go. We need to close the portal of death for you. And you should take note of all the things that Afa has told you, the people you are going to meet over there, and how you should find a way to avoid people who may try to betray you or create a problem. So Afa had already given you the guidelines, and I wish you adhere to them. But call me and let's do the closure of portal of death for you before you take off. Thank you very much. And then Big Sister Luna Nicole will make an attempt to pop in for a few minutes. Have a blessed week, everyone. Thank you very much, Big Sister Luna Nicole, and you too have a blessed week. And then we have Alice Sequoia. Thank you for today's live. It was great. I'm very grateful. I'm happy you people have enjoyed it. You see, to make a live section very great and very enjoyable, ask questions. Because if you don't ask questions, I am here. The thing is in my head. If you don't ask questions, I cannot tell you because I'm not looking into books to teach. Everything I'm teaching you are things that I have personally had experience with. They are stored in my mind, in my subconscious mind, in my conscious mind. So when you prompt me, then I will draw them down, just like a computer where you store files in. So when you prompt me on a certain thing, then my mind will go there and pick that particular file out and then break it down for you to understand. So if you don't ask questions, I will not be able to make a great live section. That's why this African Magic Temple is a school of wisdom and knowledge. So you ask question, then I will answer according. If I know anything about it, I will bring it out. Yes, this is more than the deep sea, or what do you call it?
The deep blue sea.
Yeah, this head is more deeper than the deep blue sea. It has all things inside, and when you prompt it, it will come up, bring it down. There's some question at the top. Somebody's comment. Okay, then Yao Beck is a Papa, please. Someone is owing me. I want to know if the person will pay me. Do a reading, Yao. If you do a reading, whatever direction the spirit world will tell you to follow so that the person can pay you, they will give us and they will tell us and we will do it. But by ourselves, we do not have any power where we will just say, we'll go and collect the money for you. What happened to network? Are we back?
Yes.
Okay. I think our network went off there.
We are still live, but it's my computer.
Okay. Say your computer has no internet.
Yes, please. Let me check.
No, they give you some time. Up to that time, they will take you off.
No, please. It's back.
Okay, so let's go into what the TikTok question I was answering. So Yao, no. Go up, move it up. Okay, so when you do a consultation, the spirit world will give us guidance and give you guidance on what to do to make the people who owe you pay you. We cannot say we are not policemen, we are not debt collectors, whereby we'll go after the people. But if you want to use the spirit world, then you need to consult with the spirit world. Thank you. Then Ali Seko, I say thank you for today's live. It's great. And then Luna Nicole said, okay, we've read those ones. And then we have Yaobek say, where can I locate you? Our numbers are here. When you get onto the to call the number, you respond. We will respond and tell you where. And then MMC say you are blessed, and then Luna, this was a great section and for time teaching, Papa. And then I think come down. Say MMC. I said that this was a great session today. Thank you for your time and teachings, Papa. Thank you too for being around. And then MMC Mulato say, I learned a lot and I really appreciate. And then thank you so much. And directions are there. And then Lamtech say thank you. And okay, the people, I think we have answered. Then there's a Rudolph McBean. Okay, MMC Mulatto said some of us like learning. That's good. And then Rudolph McBean saying thank you. Next, called CM say, Father, is voodoo a bad thing? I cannot tell. Voodoo means spirit. If spirit is a bad thing, then God is also a bad thing because God is a spirit. Thank you. And then Henry Hansen, 855 say, hi, Papa. It's been a long time. Yes, Henry. How are you? Thank you. Are you back or you are still in the States? Thank you very much for joining this section today. It's been a while. Haven't heard from you for a long time. Thank you. Then we have humble Papa. I say, Toby, I want to discover myself. Yes, you will discover yourself if you make the effort to discover yourself. Thank you. And then Yao Beck is, move it up. Please, I need protection. Okay, when you make a spiritual consultation, make sure you include protection into your consultation, and then the spirit world will tell us what to do to help and give you that protection or make the things that will help the spirit to protect you. We are very grateful, and we put our telephone numbers there on the screen again. Anyone who wants to contact us for anything, we are always available. Please share this on your share it on your platforms and all these things so that other people can also learn. To Khadija, I am Khadija was asking a question there. Now, if you can do the book,
Yes,
you copied it?
yes, please. I'm coming to paste.
Okay. I said, I'm Khadija. I said, can you say the name of the book again? So we are going to paste the book there for you so you can see. It's called the Voodoo, the Quantum Leap by Reginald Crossley. Yeah, so, and then Khadija. I said, thank you, Papa, for another amazing session. Have an amazing week, family. Khadija, thank you very, very much, all of you, for today. You have really asked beautiful questions, and I thank the spirits, the ancestors, and the gods that we work with, that they were able to open my mind to be able to answer you. I'm grateful. Yeah. Then we have our brother Samuel. Two sons say, hello, Togwe. Is it the inner self the same as me or different? If it can be, you can say me, because when you are pointing to me, your hands are going towards your heart, means something is inside you. You can, that's English language is not our language. We will call it the inner self, being your soul or being your essay, job essay, is the one that will come back over and over, over and over. And then African Magic Temple has paced the Voodoo Quantum Leap, Alternate Realities, Power and Mysticism. Yeah, that is the book written by Reginald Crossley. He's a physician, a medical doctor. He wrote about voodoo because he is from Haiti originally, and he knows what he was writing. There's so much information in that book if you are interested in the spirit world. Because the Ewe Vodu spread from Ewe land all the way to the Caribbeans to Haiti. Thank you. I think check. This is YouTube, eh?
Yes, please.
Okay, check other. This if we have any more thing there. Yeah, I think I have to call Tori Jigbeza today to find out whether he's okay or he's not okay. I think we don't have any more questions on any channels, and I would like to call it a day. And I thank you all very much for being with us all through. Okay, we have on ReVodution Voodoo. And so we have my in-law, my daughter-in-law, the Sila Ameji. Say good evening. Hi, hello, Papa. Good evening. Hope you are doing good. Yes, we are. Oh, that's about an hour ago. How are you? And how is our princess, Fanyo? I'm grateful that you finally joined, and then I was able to see. Otherwise, we would have closed without seeing your this. And then we have Deus Caritas S. Is the inner self also me or something different from me? It should be me, because how can it be a different thing from me? Because when you say me, you are pointing to yourself. So I don't think the physical body is the me. The inner self must be the one who is the me. Thank you. Thank you, all of you, for today. May the ancestors continue to bless you and make your week a wonderful week. Oh, Maduago, Zieto. Yo manga sobolisa manga kitikata manga se ese joto amejoto se na no na se tena o mena fevi dokona fevi o mena fevi me bien na dokona fevi o bena dokona fevi me bien na o mena fevi o bena se popoli po ba yo e me yo sheme ham fura sho se mi fura sho bete men do ago e me yo abraxas me yo si adrepo do ago yo ta adreto we vi me kuna o we sotov sorry kama yo do me yo mi anonzo yiri zo kakachika zo bojadre la fama nya do na piyo nya go njuru hono me yo ra kekele wo nya ingba mash yo fra fa plan ngba me do adi ka nya ri ma teku etega ahana milo to go with abochi. Okay, it's very good that today a lot of people start asking questions about Abraxas. I think it's our first time that people really start to know the name or hear the name Abraxas and they are asking questions. Abraxas is a very real energy that you can easily get yourself into and become wise. And then we have Lamstek saying, whom should we pray to? Are we gods ourselves? Yes, even if you are gods yourself, you need to know yourself before you can begin to pray to yourself. So the Hindus say that you are your own gods. But what does that mean by saying you are your own gods? Because within you is the spirit of life, and you can always work that spirit of life within you to work for you. But if you don't know how to work that spirit of life inside you to work for you, you can be called, you can be a god of your own, but you will still be looking into the sky, looking for a god. So that is it. That's the difference between someone who knows themselves and someone who doesn't know themselves. That's why the Hindus say you should know thyself. Know yourself. Why? By knowing yourself, you know God. Thank you. And then Henry Hansen say, Papa, I am still here in the States. I have been busy of late. Okay, thank you. I'm happy that you are working and doing things and busy. That's what matters. When we live outside our countries, it is because we want to make something and bring back home. So grateful. May the ancestors and your ancestors continue being with you and help you pass through all the challenges that may come your way. I'm grateful that you joined today's section. And then we have, I think most people are just now joining, but we are already going. Okay, thank you all very much for today, and I will call it a day. And until next week, God willing, we will meet. Arigato. Thank you all very much.